Här gaan we beenden. All right. Good morning, and thanks for waiting, and thank you for the introduction, Waltraud. And my name is Catherine Smolacik. I'm introducing you to a project we're now right at the start, but we started actually in September last year, but it still feels like we just started. We have a big challenge. We have children which are very curious, which are eager to experiment, and we put them into such classrooms. And what we are focusing on is, okay, how can we supplement school from the outside with outside school learning activities, with different stuff such as this. So everyone or many children play an instrument, they go to sports, they go somewhere in their leisure time, and this is where we want to achieve making as a culture as well. So I come from a perspective of cultural education. I started in research on music of children, and now I'm in this whole STEM area trying to figure out how can we put this into this whole youth culture. Yeah, what we have are fab labs. They're just like a perfect space for this kind of activity. We have different kinds of fab labs which don't really adjust to the fab lab Carta, but which have all the similar stuff, and they are called maker spaces or repair cafes, and they have different kinds of tools, like the famous 3D printer, let's say. The problem is we have many independent fab labs which are not as financially founded, as integrated into the whole system. Like here, for example, if you visited the Fab Lab here at the university, it has a great network of schools with teachers. They have money, they have people who are working there, and this is not the standard Fab Lab, let's say. This is a very exceptional, perfect kind of Fab Lab. This is the Fab Lab in Nuremberg, my hometown, and it's also very great, but it has several challenges to face, and I think this is some kind more of the standard Fab Lab. It's like funded of, let's say, 10 years ago, 5 people who met and said, okay, let's do something, let's start something, and then this grows, and they get some money, and they get the people involved, but it has all different kind of challenges to face. For example, they are self-financing. The members have to pay like about €30 a month to use all the stuff. So this is also one kind of entry barrier for many people, which is here, of course, not the case. Here you can come to the Open Lab, you don't have to pay anything. Then the people there are mostly just interested in all the stuff themselves. They have no pedagogical or didactical know-how. In my point of view, this could also be an advantage because they are not teachers. They have a whole kind of different perspective. They address children differently. They like provide this out-of-school experience. So I think it's not the perfect way to put teachers into fab labs and teach something, but it's good to use the people that are there, but they maybe need some kind of help. There's mostly not much structure. The fab labs are just growing and growing, or are shrinking, especially due to the COVID crisis, and also not much documentation. That means that if someone offers a workshop and the person moves to another city, all the workshop material and the workshop and the know-how is mostly gone. So this is a kind of problem in the whole volunteer area. They are changing members, people come and go. They're awfully male-dominated. So in the Fab Lab in Nuremberg, they're, I think, more than 90% male, and this is also, especially in the leisure, non-formal sector, problematic, because if girls come to the Fab Lab and they want to experience something and they see only old men, sorry, then that's not really attractive. So this is a kind of problem the whole out-of-school world faces. Yep. Both. Both, yeah. All men. Yeah. And then it's interesting because if you have some women in there, like me, they're the ones organizing stuff and getting the people involved, contacting schools and stuff, and trying to do the social aspect of it all. But mostly, of course, this is all stereotypical here, the men are interested in doing the stuff there themselves. They're not as interested as maybe, for example, the women to put this all outside, to do outreach and to organize stuff for the outside world. Another problem, especially in the whole non-formal sector and the volunteer Fab Lab people, let's say, they have to rely on evenings and weekends. They cannot just offer a workshop from 11 to 1 p.m. when the school would be happy to join because the people need to work. So this is another problem in the non-formal sector. And additionally, many concepts which are developed for maker activities, like specific plans, what to do, how to do it, are very directed towards schools, not towards the whole non-formal Fab Lab sector. So this is like a prototypical, self-funded, volunteer Fab Lab, which nowadays really stands on its own because research is not really focusing on them and there are not many concepts addressing them. I want to focus a little bit on the whole psychological point of view here because this is my my specialty maybe. What Fab Labs offer is a really great nucleus for this whole digital empowerment. Digital empowerment means that you can use technology for your own goals or for goals for the greater good of the society. So I'm not focusing on STEM competencies per se, but more, okay, what can we do with these competencies? What we need from the theoretical point of view for digital empowerment processes to happen is awareness. This is something that Fab Labs are really great for because they really offer a fascination for this whole technological aspect. We need some kind of motivation, so the children or youth need to be motivated to do something because this is a more kind of non-formal sector where they really need to be in their leisure time, in the free time. Looking for my name tag. Then for digital empowerment processes to happen, we need some kind of technical access. And this is also something Fab Labs are predestined for because this is their kind of message that they want to provide technical access to all the people. Of course, we need competencies, so I cannot go to the Fab Lab and do anything without knowing any of the machines or any program. And what's most important thing is we need opportunities for meaningful participation. This is something that happens in Fab Labs. You go there, you do something meaningful. So this is where you can be empowered using technical stuff, let's say. So far, so good. All this can happen in a Fab Lab, but the problem is we need some kind of engagement, especially in the non-formal sector. If a girl or boy are not in the Fab Lab, they cannot be empowered. So there needs to be some kind of connection. The problem is, from a psychological point of view, this is theory of planned behavior. One of the most important theories maybe in psychology is that there are many preconditions for this kind of activity or for an engagement. First of all, there are many beliefs which are inherent in the children. For example, their attitude. Do they think mathematics is like male or too hard for me or not cool? Then the subjective norm. Do they think their friends would think it's cool or it's not cool? Would they think that their parents would appreciate it or not? And the perceived behavior control. Do they have enough money to visit the Fab Lab? Do they have transportation? This is all kinds of problems which children face if they want to do that in their leisure time. Moreover, there are of course problems regarding the socioeconomic status. Are they wealthy enough to pay 30 euros a month for a membership? And of course some gender issues and moreover. Additionally, what we see in the project I will introduce you to right now is that a child does not exist on its own. Of course, it has all the attitudes, subjective norms, all the psychological stuff, but there's also much stuff around this child. There's the family, there's the school, there's the teachers, their peers, and so on. So this is the model of Bronfenbrenner, which states that a child, or everyone, even we or everyone, interacts in different systems, and the systems influence each other. What happens in school might influence what happens in my family, and what happens in my family might influence how I act at school, and so on. And this is what is often neglected in all the concepts for Fab Labs or schools or so ever, to like put this whole into one perspective. So what we are trying to do is putting our focus in all these things, and this is where we want to try to develop a concept, an integrative concept with all these different systems, like we say it. So we want to interrogate and to do research in Fab Labs with parents, with schools, with teachers, and to try to find out, with the ultimate goal, how children can do more of this fascinating Fab Lab stuff with the help of all these different systems, let's say. Who are we? We are a team of 3 universities. First of all, my ex-university, Friedrich-Alexander-Universität in Nuremberg. My doctor father, Stefan Kröner, and my colleague, Sophie Uhing. This is the focus of empirical educational research. Then we have a partner in Siegen University, focusing more on computer-supportive cooperative work and social media. And my colleague Marius, who's like the Fab Lab master of Siegen. And here at the Hochschule Rhein-Waal, myself and Professor Rolf Becker. We are more focusing on the practical implementation of the concept. Okay, what is our research approach? And we're funded by the Ministry of Germany of Education and Research. We're because we're 3 different partner universities, it was also difficult to synchronize our research approach. We have a synthesis of a design case study. This is comparable to the design-based research, if you're familiar with educational research methodology. So you start off with preliminary studies, and then you go to testing, like comparable to software development. So not that we sit down and develop a concept and then try to put it in the world and go home, but rather to interact with all the people. But also we are using creative methods from design thinking framework and really classical methods of empirical educational research, like experiments, interviews, focus groups, and so on. Our research questions for this project are which requirements and conditions are crucial for a successful cooperation. So cooperation is the most important thing of schools and Fab Labs with youth, peers, and parents for self-determined creative making. So we are focusing really on the self-determination of it all, that the children have a personal relevance in that what they do, that they go to the Fab Lab by their own interest and do that creatively. Yeah, and we want to focus on the perspective of the respective stakeholders. So we don't want to put out a concept where teachers say, hey, oh my God, that's not feasible because we don't have any time. So this is what we are trying to do, focusing on all the different people and trying to put in all these perspectives. Additionally, we want to see how the whole topic of sustainability can act maybe as a vehicle, maybe as a theme in this whole concept. There are people saying that if you come to a workshop and you say to the children, okay, we're doing today something about sustainability, everyone runs away because this is something they hear all the time and it's really frustrating. So we're trying to find out how can this topic be integrated in a fruitful way. And so this is how we see all this environment. The name of the project, environment, like the environment of the children on the one hand, but environment also as environment of our nature, let's say. So these are the 2 meanings. Quick project overview. We started in September last year. Actually, we started in October. And the first phase, the first year of the project, is a very participatory preliminary study. Then the second year is the concept development in a very co-constructive way, and then we are testing this concept in practice. Right now we're planning many hands-on workshops, focus group and interviews with all these different stakeholders. So this is kind of very innovative approach, because we really sit down with all the people and try to find out what their conditions for such a concept would be. Additionally, we of course look at existing workshop concepts. We don't want to invent the world newly. We want to build on what's already been done and on best practice, also in research. And we are analyzing different curriculums in Germany to really find intersections of our concept and the school, because of course the school is the place where all the children are, especially if we're talking about leisure time, all these gender issues and socioeconomic status issues. The school is the place that combines all the children, and of course there needs to be some kind of cooperation, and this is how we try to find a way into the school. Then next year, or this fall, we will merge all the results of these preliminary studies and do some kind of concept development. In this phase it will be interesting because we are also getting back to all the stakeholder groups we have interviewed before. So we have this concept development, and then we have another roundtable discussion with 2 teachers, 3 children and 3 parents, and say, okay, this is our result, what do you say? So this will be very interesting. And to put a more like research perspective on it, we're trying to do, or we will do an experimental video vignette study. This is something where you do some kind of mock-up of a concept. For example, you do like a video of a workshop that hasn't happened yet, and you show it to children and say, okay, what do you say about this workshop? Do you think you would go to it? Do you think you would like it? And whatsoever. And then you can, like, with very experimental measures, find out about the determinants of participation. After that, we will try to implement this concept, and we will accompany this by an empirical pre-post test study, do an iteration of the concept, and of course develop the whole supplementary material to do the dissemination for it. After that, we will try to explore the transferability of the concept. So we will give the material to someone who hasn't been involved with our project at all, for example the Fab Lab in Nuremberg, say this is our concept, try to implement it and tell us what you think, what could we improve, what worked, for example. Yeah. And we're building on very much research on non-formal making activities. This is actually the results of a research synthesis I did 2 years ago. And for example, especially in the non-formal sector, there are many different things that are essential, different to the school. So for example, what's really crucial is to spark interest in the first place. Many people say, or research says, that you can like have better workshops if you implement them in pre-existing organizations. So if you have some kind of, I don't know, workshop in the sports, in your sports club, you can go there with your mobile 3D printer and do something there. So it's easier to like put the making stuff into existing organizations. Then once the interest is sparked, you need to foster it, you need to cultivate it. There are many studies like focusing on it needs to be fun, it needs to be authentic, it needs to address special interests. So this is all what we're building on. And what's the ultimate goal is to help the children and youth build some kind of maker identity, build them the feeling that they can do something, that they can build on what they learned. What's also very important in the non-formal sector is the whole stuff of equal opportunities, because if it's voluntary, if it's in your leisure time, there are many different factors influencing your interest. For example, it's important to avoid any kind of hierarchies. It's important to really promote the inclusion of children from disadvantaged backgrounds, for example, offer some kind of workshop where the children can really address a problem they're facing in their community, for example. There are many examples like that children could build a light up football because in their hometown the lights go out at 6 o'clock and they cannot play football anymore, for example. And to address social or address gender-related equity gaps, like for example the gender gap regarding girls and such out-of-school initiatives, there are many studies hinting that it's important to integrate social projects. For example, to offer a workshop where children can build toys for the local kindergarten, for example. These are examples. And what's also very prominent in the whole non-formal maker research is the building of computational thinking competencies, like problem-solving methods to understand how a computer thinks, and build on hands-on engineering and visualization skills. Okay, that was it. We're like currently planning the workshops. We're starting in 3 weeks, so there's a lot of work to do. And yeah, thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Yep. The real pre-test, post-test study will be when the concept is in our eyes and in different iterations with stakeholders finished for a first start. But of course, we come from a very design-based research approach where you test your concept, then you try to redesign it and so on. So I think there will be many iterations of the concept. So I think we won't test the concept with 100 children, but rather test it once with 20 children, maybe improve something, test it again, and so on, yeah. But there's still some time until then, fortunately. Yeah. Yeah, you could say that, yeah. So it's there are many research projects, many concepts focusing on just little parts of this whole stuff, and we're now really trying to figure out, okay, how can all these places that already happen and that already are doing stuff can work better together, yeah. Well, we have like in the whole project it's rather mixed, but in these preliminary studies here it's only qualitative research, yeah. These are like things we see as best practice. So this is nothing we found out, but that's really consensus in research. So this is what we're building on. So if we say we want to develop a concept where how schools and Fab Labs can cooperate better, we know that the activity must be fun, let's say. So this is something we put as a groundwork. Yeah. In the pre-post test, we will have determinants in a quantitative way. But now we're just asking on what do the people think, what do the people wish. Let's say if we ask children, okay, today you can be a teacher, you can be a Fab Lab creator. What what kind of workshop would you invent for children, for example? So this is the approach we're taking in the first steps. But then, like you say, in if we have the kind of concept, we will work with quantitative measures. Yeah. Well, we thought about all this enterprise field, but actually we're focusing on like children rather on this sparking interest before it's too late, let's say. Yeah. Yeah. To this will be important in all the studies. So now in the first study, we're also focusing on, for example, we have focus groups and we have interviews. And for the interviews, we chose girls from socioeconomic backgrounds which are not that favorable, and really trying to find out what lies behind them, like what are their preconditions if they see a Fab Lab. So we show them the Fab Lab, we show them what happens there, and then we ask him, okay, what do you think? Would that be something for you? Would you feel welcomed there? Would you feel comfortable? And then, of course, there are many world in STEM studies and so on, more STEM teachers. But there are many things we can work on. For example, the advertising you do for your workshop, does it really also address girls, or does it look like they are not welcome? So that's many different things we want to integrate in this concept. Yep. Mm-hmm. 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 No, it's like a semi-structured. In research is puberty. So if you haven't reached them until puberty, you can like go home. But yeah, that will be very interesting. That's why we are also focusing on the parents, because until a certain age, it's the parents who decide where they send their children, where they like bring their children on weekends and so on. So this is why we want to integrate them in the concept. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. 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 Mm. Yeah. 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 Sure. This finding their kind of interest to grab them and to then yeah. 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 All right. No, no. Mm. Yeah. 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 Mm. Yeah. Yeah. What a motivating Monday. Yeah. Yeah, that's the case. But the good news is that the children have these kind of built-in eagerness to learn, to experiment. So this is something that we just need to grab and put the right environment around.
That's true, but if sooner or later it has to become part of formal teaching.
Yeah.
Right? So we can develop maybe something to give some
Yeah.
inspirations and so on. But sooner or later, the responsible persons in the ministries have to decide, okay, let's make this part of formal teaching.
But that could also be something that things like ChatGPT will like accelerate, because now this kind of writing different stuff down is not useful anymore, so, or less useful. So maybe like Corona helped the home office, like let's say German bureaucracy. Maybe this whole ChatGPT acceleration will change how school works. Let's see. Okay, thank you.
Do you hear it? Yeah, now. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this talk is rather kind of inspiration. It's not a very formal talk and not very scientific. It's just something which comes out of my observation and our observations, let's say, that children like to play and that really learning is easiest when it happens in a playful way. And everybody's talking about artificial intelligence and the meaning of it, and of course this changes already all of our lives. But I also like the small artificial intelligence solutions which are just useful, right? You have this ChatGPT thing everybody's now talking about, and some people think it's a threat, others say that's a big a chance or an opportunity. But there are so many things apart from that where AI already entered our lives and where also the application is very useful. And so what personally drives me is, of course, my fascination for technology, and I like to share the things I'm doing. Therefore, open educational resources, AI is the new hype, and sustainable development goals is something which really drives me, which I find is really important. So I thought, how can we combine all these different aspects, right? And you've seen this picture already, and Mark Kohlen has given a fantastic talk last week. We have the school Fab Lab network, which emerged from our Fab Lab initiatives here. So we are basically multiplying the idea of technology, of digitalization and so on into the schools to foster basically STEAM, right? So science, technology, engineering, but also arts and math. And so what I really like, so the application of AI is really fascinating, and I really like computer vision. I like classification of things, identification, object identification, for example, as well. And but you can use very useful, you can do very useful things with this. And my idea is to basically use this technology-driven approach as a kind of Trojan horse to bring maybe technology-oriented children, and there are a few, closer to nature again, whereas the children who are interested in conservation are then getting into contact with, let's say, the application of technology, and also maybe get an insight into the usefulness and to the meaning also of this technology. So what I want to bring together is basically rather ecological oriented children with technology oriented children, and that they basically build pairs and that they pollinate each other, so that they foster, so that they exchange their ideas, and that they that they get an insight into the others, into the other world, right? So, and a fantastic programming language which we are using is Snap, which is a block-oriented graphical programming language which emerged from Scratch, which was invented at the MIT several years ago, 15 years ago or so, or even more. And but Snap is a continuation, I would say, and this programming language is really very sophisticated. So you can use this on a very abstract level, where you, so in informatics or computer science, we talk of abstraction when we hide the complexity in functions, right? You just call a function which says identify the object on this image, right? And then the algorithm is then hidden in this function. That's what we call abstraction. So you just call a very high level function and say, okay, what's this object? And then you have this whole magic of the object detection hidden in the function or in the block. And so this can be used on a very abstract level, but you can also use it on a very concrete level and implement even algorithms to identify or to identify objects, and to also do a kind of classification and implement machine learning algorithms in Snap itself. It's a very modern language, so you have all the principles of first order functions. You have the principle of functional programming. So you have the principle of hyperfunctions, so kind of internal virtual, internal vectorization of functions and so on. So this is this is rather information for the people who know about the structure of programming languages. So then there is the crossover between computer science and life sciences, for example, ecology. So, and my idea, or our idea, is basically to promote AI for the common good, so that it makes sense to use it, right? Not to exploit people, not to make even more money, but to do something useful. And earning money is useful, of course, but and we are responsible. I'm responsible for the Earth Observation Lab of the university, together with the Internet of Things Lab and the Drone Lab. And we see this Earth observation in a very broad sense, which also can mean using cameras to observe birds. And our idea of this workshop is, for example, that we let the children really build manually wooden bird nest boxes, and that we then equip these bird nest boxes with high tech, let's say with webcams, which we build ourselves, with infrared illumination and wireless data transmission and low power design, and that goes to the internet, and so that we have all levels of complexity. And this activity, for example, could be really covered by children of a broader range of ages, right? Of broader range of different grades in school, right? That the smaller children maybe do the practical parts, the next larger are maybe soldering and implementing or mounting the camera, and the next ones then are responsible for the web development dashboard thing, right? Something like this. So you can even have a workshop with with several levels of educational levels. So this is just one of the some impressions of what we are doing. So, and for us it's always, so you see here the children here are in the, it's a school class, they are sitting in the IoT lab of the university, And here you see the PCB, which was, so the printed circuit board, which was developed in the team. Here we let the children solder, and here they do the manual work. So it's always also important for us that we also train manual skills, because this is also getting less and less. And this is also related. And then we would use then the cameras, for example, to observe the birds and to see how they grow up, or you use maybe the camera, similar cameras on bird feeders, so that you do a kind of classification, birds classification. What type of bird is it, right? And you have to train these artificial intelligence models on different objects, and that's also something which could be done by children. That to say, okay, we have a lot of images, right? And first of all, we have to label them manually. To train such an object detector, we first have to say, hey, this is a blackbird, and this is a dove, and so on. So different types of birds with a bounding box. And this could be done by children, and at the same time, they would learn about, let's say, species classification on a biological level. Okay. And so we use these object detection methods also in our own research. This was a fantastic bachelor thesis by Jonas Zender. So object detection based on convolutional neural networks of Senecio jacobea for weed control. So this is a poisoning plant, which is an invasive species in Germany. It causes a lot of trouble for example, horse breeders and so on. So we have in the center is basically the application of SNAP, and this touches computer vision, environmental sciences, drone and robot control, and scientific computing as well. And here's another example of this birds nesting box where you see the birds and so on. I explained this already. And so we use this SNAP programming language, but another good companion of SNAP is basically this black box, which is an NVIDIA Jetson, which is an embedded computer. It's not so expensive, and with this embedded computer you can do really significant AI object detection applications, for example. So we are using this in several contexts, and one of the contexts is, for example, that we have a robot based on this NVIDIA Jetson, which is controlled by SNAP. But we are also using SNAP to control drones, and Harley will give an example how SNAP controls the drone. And but then you can merge everything together, where we have one of these programmable drones. We developed, or Harley developed, basically an interface so that we can control the drones with SNAP. The video of the drone is then sent to the Jetson computer, which does the object detection, for example. And then in SNAP, you can then basically identify objects by this flying webcam, you can say, and use this to do, I don't know, even for gamification, right? That you say, if I identify a banana, I let the monkey jump or so, right? It's a very playful thing. So what I also find very appealing on this application of computer vision is the fun you have with it, right? Because usually these object detectors don't work very well. So there are a lot of limitations in what we call AI, and it's very fun. It's a lot of fun to see where the limits are. For example, this is Alonso. This is basically the representative of SNAP, and that is here maybe Eva, which is representing the AI. And Alonso is presenting a pear, right, like an apple, but the AI, so Eva, doesn't know about a pear and says this is a vase. And in fact, the reason is that this object detector is only trained with 90 different object classes, and a pear doesn't belong to it. So the system doesn't know about a pear. And it's really good fun to present then a pear to the object detector, and it responds, hey, that's a vase, right? This is also for children, it's also for me, it's good fun to see where are the limitations and to trick the system. So I find this very important because everybody is so overwhelmed by AI, But with these simple examples, we can show the limitations. And at the same time, we can gain control and say, okay, if I want this system to be able to identify a pair or to distinguish between a blackbird and a dove, I can retrain the system with my own knowledge, and then the system knows what I know. So we gain control about this black box of artificial intelligence. So and that's important for me, that we play with AI, that we detect all the children, and that they experience the limitations, and that they gain control by extending or enhancing the AI capabilities. So the idea is not to get controlled, but to control. So then we have different applications of AI in computer vision. The simplest one is really an image classification. Basically, by the way, this is fantastic material from NVIDIA. Dustin Franklin, aka Dusty, from NVIDIA. He is providing a lot of fantastic explanatory material on GitHub. And the simplest form of computer vision would be image classification, where you say, okay, there is a polar bear on this image, or this image contains a polar bear. But you see, there is no bounding box. We don't know where this object is. We don't know how many there are, and so on. And the next more detailed application would then be the object detection. And here you can see, first of all, that you identify the class of the object. What is it? It's a person. And you also determine the location of it, right, by a so-called bounding box. But for many applications, this is still too coarse. And then you have a so-called segmentation, where you really look on a pixel level, so on a sub-picture level. What does this, to which class does this area of the picture belong to, right? And then you see a kind of masking around the cars, so all the cars are here in dark blue, and maybe the traffic signs are in yellow, and so on, right? And you can imagine that this is more demanding, also computationally, and also from a training point of view, more demanding than object detection or image classification. And then you have all other crazy applications like pose estimation here, where you have a kind of skeleton fit in real time to different bodies. That also works with animals, and people are using this, for example, also to assess the animal health, so that they see some irregularities in the motion of the animals, and so on. And you even can use these approaches to get a depth information with a single camera. So this is what is called a monodepth. And you see here is a person in the front, so yellow parts means they are closer to the objective, to the camera, and the blue ones are far away with a single camera. So no stereo, but basically enhanced by AI. Okay, so what would I like to show you? Maybe I can show you a few. So Harley will give a presentation anyway, but I would also like to draw your attention to our wiki. So we have our own Earth Observation Lab wiki of the HSRW, and we use this rather as a notebook, right, for quick notes and some short information is what we are currently doing. And so when we started with this Let's Play, it was a student project in the beginning, where we asked the students to develop teaching material, especially for AI at schools, right? But we weren't that successful, I would say. So the maturity of the material was rather mediocre, so we couldn't use it right away. But that was the initial start of, let's say, a further development on this material. And the idea we had, I think this is so, for example, Snap was invented or programmed by Jens Mönig. He's now a research assistant at SAP, a researcher at SAP, And his approach is different. So he's the one who really implemented and programmed the Snap programming language in the so that was a contract with Berkeley, University of Berkeley, and funded by the National Science Foundation in the United States, and to foster basically computer sciences and programming in the educational system in the United States, but also to support teachers, right? To train the trainer. And his approach here is different from ours. What he's showing here in this example is an object detection which is based on the detection of single. Ooh.
Makes it stop blink. Clicking on it.
So maybe I describe what he's doing. Start somewhere, you're right. Okay, no, maybe starting from here. So the idea is that he draws a single stroke figure. So you with one stroke, you draw a figure like a star, or what is it? Das ist das Haus vom Nikolaus, or a house, or a boat, and so on. And he uses a very, I would say, a nice classification algorithm, which he was inspired from from a paper in the which basically what it does is it resamples. So you draw a figure, and then you're resampling this figure, and you are rescaling this, and then you are determining and resampling with 64 points, and these 64 points then form a vector in a vector space, and then you can basically identify, or you can determine distances between between these vectors, and you can then determine similarities, so that all the boats are close to each other in this vector, in this high-dimensional vector space, and the heart is in another. It's really a fantastic talk, and you see that the what he did also in workshops with schools is to hide this complexity in blocks, which means that then you can just call the block and say, what is this figure? And if it's a heart, then beat like a heart. If it's a drop, then fall like a raindrop. Or if it's a boat, then float like a boat. Our approach is different. We are combining. Where is it? But this is already now for the specialists, I would say. I don't have the right picture map. Maybe we can show which one. Maybe this diagram here. So what it shows is we have a laptop where Snap runs, and the camera is connected to the laptop. And on the other side, we have this black box, this NVIDIA Jetson, with an object detector running here. So, and then in the laptop, on the so-called stage, the camera, so that's basically the right part of Snap, where you can see what's going on, right, where the objects are and where they live. So the camera picture is then, video stream is projected to the stage, and then we take frames and send it to the NVIDIA Jetson for image classification and send it back. And with this, we then know what object it is, and how confident the system is about the image classification, and then you can use this information here to control your games, right? And in the afternoon we'll have a workshop, but not on this level of complexity, but we would like to make it much simpler and just use Snap to control the drone. Shift. Okay. So you see on the right side we have Snap, on the left side we have the tiny drone, and in between there is a WebSocket server which then translates the Snap commands to the drone commands. And this is something we will play with. So all of this complexity is hidden in the background. You don't need to know this, but we will use this in the afternoon to give a demonstration how to control drones with Snap. So we leave out for now the object classification because that requires more setup, and which also means that we are not really far in the usability, or there is a lot of things to do to improve the usability of the systems such that we can use them in schools, right? But Harley, I think you have a demonstration already here prepared. Not with this is now for the object detection, right? Do we have any objects? So what you see now here, maybe this black box is an NVIDIA Jetson computer. It is it runs Linux, so Ubuntu in this case. Yeah, of course, nice. And then you can see here. Can you enlarge this video somehow? This. Yeah. Okay. Can you increase the size of the window? Can you maximize the window?
No.
Okay.
The display, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Do you want to explain this, Harley? Maybe I start at the beginning. You see here, this is now, of course, an object detection real time running on the NVIDIA Jetson. Now you can assume that the drone which we are using can be the camera. Here, we are currently using this cam, but when we do it together with drones, the drone would provide the cam. And do we have any other objects or so? And you see, the system is optimized for person detection, because the data set which is used for training the AI is called the COCO data set. And the COCO data set only provides 91 different classes, different object types, and as I said, pair doesn't belong to it. But there are a lot of persons or people from pictures from people the system is trained on, so the person detection works very well, and the object detection for other objects kind of less well. So you have a few more. Can you try? What is?
Yeah.
Does that work? Yeah, it's really shiny, and here you see also the problem, because that's also something people often neglect or forget to mention. It's the quality of your object detector is highly dependent on the quality of the pictures you're taking. So that means when you take pictures, let's say of objects, and you train the system with this set of pictures taken with one camera, and you change the camera, then sometimes the object detector fails, which means it's super sensitive to the illumination, it's super sensitive on the resolution of the camera, on the color space of the camera, and so on. So it's not that easy going and straightforward as people usually think or promote, right? What about a mouse? Does it know a mouse?
Yeah.
What is it? It's yeah. It's a stop sign. And what else do we have? Maybe keyboard. Let's turn it a bit around. Is this classified as a keyboard? It's a bear? Okay, that's good. And what is this box? A traffic light, right? So this looks really, these things here look like a traffic light. So yeah, and you, oh, an apple. A real apple, you mean? But you see, the person always wins, right? What is it? Okay. So, and the idea is to use this setup in a school context to make it easy to use, and we still have to work on the usability, as I said, but we think it is possible to do this. And then also to train the pupils to enhance the models according to their needs, and to maybe apply this to interesting applications of the common goods, right? Detect rubbish in the environment, or I don't know, counting cars, or detect persons, or detect the cat in your garden, or identify the bird species and so on. This is what we are continuously working on. So, and in this afternoon, we will work on the drones. We will give an introduction to Snap, to the programming language Snap, and use Snap to control the drone, but without the object detection part. What are you doing now?
We'll start the object detection with the drone.
Oh, you start the object detection with the drone, okay. But, and what are you doing now?
Here. Okay. We have this commercial drone here. It's called Telo, and yeah. So we are doing it. We have like different components in the system. One of them is the AI, but we want to connect, for example, Snap to be able to detect objects and use blocks for programming language. But also we want to interface hardware, like for example this drone or a JetBot, the other wheel robot the Rolf showed before. So what we are doing now, it's starting the drone. Now it's on, and what you see here is the Wi-Fi from the drone. So I will connect this computer, the Jetson, to this mini drone, right? So I can control and connect the camera from this computer. That's what we are doing here. So basically, I can click on here, connect, and it will ask me for the password.
So the drone provides an access point.
Yeah, we will explain in more detail all that in the afternoon. Yeah, so at this point we are probably connected. I will, in a second, I will remove this. We don't need that. And need to go here. The other one. Yep. So what I'm doing here now, it's launching a small program which we use as a demo, which let us connect to the camera on the drone and also start the AI, which was detecting objects. So we can get the video streaming from this camera, right, and put it into the AI, and the AI will give us the result. That's what we are looking here. And we can control the drone with a small control panel. There is over here.
Which is now implemented in Python and not in Snap, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But we could
Always
do the
running
same
Python.
in Snap as well. Yes. Harley, mainly. And Ilga and Ali.
Yeah, so now, as you can see, the video streaming, it's connected, and we can see the object detection running with the camera on the drone. Let's take off one more time.
Is the battery empty? Okay.
No.
Can you go a bit higher?
Yeah. So as you can see, each of these buttons is basically a command that we can send to the drone, and the drone will behave based on the specific command that we are sending. If we want to flip, it will flip. Or if we want to, for example,
A
take
donut.
off,
Doesn't it know oranges?
it knows, yeah.
But this is let's play, right? And we hope that this makes sense and that this sparks interest in these kinds of applications. Is there anything to add, Harley?
No.
That's it. That's enough for now, right? The
Yeah.
rest is so
Let's give it
what
for the
you
afternoon.
what you could experience in the afternoon workshop is really using Snap to control the drone, but without the object detection part.
Yeah, in the afternoon you will need to make your own blocks to be able to control the drone, right? I will give you just the basics, and then you need to send the right commands to do the right behavior on the drone, right? So you will learn how to make your own blocks in Snap. Yep.
Great. Thank
Perfect.
you.
No, you will need to download the package will let you connect to the drone, but you will do it later. Yeah. We can't, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Antonio.
Just imagine I'm teaching my 9-year-old kids about mammals.
Ah,
And we want to make the difference between vertebrates and
ah,
invertebrates.
ah.
So they have to learn through pictures
Yeah,
what are vertebrates and invertebrates
yeah.
to train
Yes,
the
yes, yes.
So this training
Is one of the training interfaces, so to develop a training interface, but we are still, I would say, pretty much at the beginning of it. Because there are some cloud services which allow you to train models. And also the SSD mobile net version 2, or the image classifier, let's say, the image net, what is it? No, what is it? Detect net, right? So because Antonio is asking whether he could train a model with his own application and then use the model later on, maybe on an NVIDIA Jetson, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Thanks for staying with us for such a long time. Hey. It seems that the screen is somewhat moving forward, same way as people are receding from the stage. It's a parallel shift. Yeah, I will tell you a bit about our most recent project that we started just at the beginning of this year. That's called no less than the U-Regional Sustainability Center, and our part in this project is the design, the organization, and the implementation of a living lab in the field of healthy spaces. I will give you some words on this. I can't take all the merits for this project. It was designed originally by our friends at Fontys University. We were invited to join the projects at a later stage. It was all based on a research that Fontys conducted in 2020 to 2021 to the background of the most recent developments. Climate change is not a recent development that we have to take care of, but it's all in the background. It's the meta trend, the mega trend that our European community, our European Union is taking particularly into focus. Our European Union's Green Deal, Ms. von der Leyen's putting a good effort into that. And all this calls for a specific demand in sustainable economic development. Well, what the result of the Fontys investigation was is that they particularly had a focus on the situation in this cross-border region. In some sort of way, we are blessed to be living as close to the border as we are, because this unlocks quite a number of funding programs for us. But they argued that many problems that we're facing, starting with climate change, do not stop at the borders. So we need to find a way how to make this border better penetrable. And they said, well, let's start with these three topics here: unlocks potential for sustainable growth across the border, support enterprises in staff recruitment, and incentivize cross-border cooperation between not only enterprises but also between enterprises and universities, other municipalities, whatever entity comes to mind. They develop also quite of a timeline for this. Just for a little insight, and they have quite ambitious set of deliverables. No less than 10 R&D projects, more than 20 applied case studies, and an integration of more than 200 students in this entire program. And this is something that, well, at least to our end, we do have some sort of idea how to do that, and I will give you some ideas of that. Well, they decided, based on their preliminary study, they said, okay, we have to focus somewhere. Well, we have to get a foot in the door. And they argued, well, there are two fields of action that require particular action, and one of them was the field of healthy spaces, whatever that may be. We'll come back to this, and of course circular manufacturing. And this circular manufacturing, which is not the focus of this speech, but it's well worth mentioning, has taken a considerable momentum due to the fact that the European Union most recently introduced the Fit for 55 program, which means that by the year 2030, our CO2 emissions should be reduced to or by, I keep forgetting that, 55% in comparison to the CO2 emissions of the year 1990. Considering too that most of our companies, the European Union member states, have not really done much in this aspect, this calls for up to, depending on the country that you're looking at, this calls for a reduction of roughly 10% of the current state by the year, throughout, year by year, throughout to the year 2030. So people that, well, blissfully or ignorant for the time being, once they're being confronted to these numbers, they start really to pack up their wits and get going. Well, the argument is quite solid that we need to do something about this, because there's so much that people do not know yet, which needs to be overcome. Both of those living labs are being supported by a third work package. That's the cross-national comparative research project, or work package, which has the focus on the idea to identify what can we learn from each other. Now, what runs well in the Netherlands, what runs well in Germany, where can we fill the voids in fields of knowledge that are better developed on the other side of the border. Our part here, the Living Lab Healthy Spaces. Well, before we come to that, what exactly the Healthy Spaces is, I want to make a threshold, a connection to Katrin's speech about the way how we can embed our Fab Labs better into the educational world. And the reason for existence, which is well worth mentioning here for our Green Fab Lab, was that we wanted to do exactly that. And that was our starting point. That was what it was worth to our funding agencies to pump quite a bit of money into the foundation of the Green Fab Lab. The idea was that we wanted to offer workshops for enterprises, for okay. Yeah, this happens a lot actually. I'm sorry. And this is also one of the reasons why I went back to PC systems. It seems to be a particular problem with working with an Apple machine in a Microsoft Exchange environment. It's a nightmare, really. Okay, well, those workshops that I mentioned, they were following the idea that we want to seek incentives or project ideas from the general public, municipalities, or any sort of governmental agency and enterprises to present us with problem sets. One of which is our dearly beloved DigiBee project that we might want to exchange some ideas another occasion. And this DigiBee project was our starting point for bringing this complex topic into hackable solutions, or fabbable solutions as we call it, that each one would comprise a small package, a small work package that we can deliver to school children to make them work on it, deliver their solutions, one of which would be our DigiBee, and bring it back to the beekeeper. For the benefit, first of all, of course, to the benefit of the beekeeper, but as a bycatch, can call it that way, or, well, for our funding agency, actually the most important part of it. Through this, we want to incentivize young people to opt for a professional career in some sort of a STEM discipline, which in turn would then go back to the benefit of the enterprises. So that's, in a nutshell, what we wanted to do. Well, the connection now to the living spaces is that we want to use case studies for healthy spaces as exactly that. Now, these case studies that will serve as the grounds for school children to work on sensors, to work on data procurement, data assessment, data any sort of data processing. Which brings up the question, well, what makes a space healthy? So back to the initial question. And matter of fact, it may not be really easy for us to say what makes a space healthy, but many of us might have a really good understanding of what makes a place unhealthy. So it's we wrap it up from that side. Most prominent example, what always pops up to mind whenever we start talking about unhealthy spaces and about good living conditions in the future, are such maps of heat islands, inner cities. How can we make sure that we can still live in a city like Cologne, where this is taken from, in 20, 30 years, when the next wave of global warming really hits? I mean, right now it's not uncommon for inner cities to have more than 40 degrees centigrade in the summer month. For some countries, Nicaragua, that's that's probably pleasant temperature still, but for us, that's really terrible. I just read that only during the last heat wave in the summer of 2022, we had about 2,500 casualties that would not needed to have happened, if that's grammatically correct, if we would have taken proper care of good living conditions. We have the tools. In environmental engineering, we know how to make our environments more pleasant, but since this has not been implemented yet, we had these 2,500 casualties only in Germany. So heat islands. Some of the tools are already out there, as I just said. Principally, we know what to do. We need more green in the cities. Not just trees or more open water spaces, but also green facades. Yeah, that's why we've been working for the past 2 years on a vertical mobot, as we call that, to provide the clippings here on such green facades. And there's been quite a bunch of programs this year for the city of Dortmund, where people have been taking a lot of effort into finding out what could be proper solutions for maintaining a good, healthy environment in the inner cities. Well, that's only one part of what we want to focus on. The other one came onto our agenda after one of the first workshops that we conducted here and at Fontys University. That was about the indoor environments. And there was a really interesting project in the 2010s already, the Healthy Buildings Network. And what people found out there was that, we have to consider 6 dimensions for making working environment, an indoor environment, to be considered a sustainably healthy one. They started off with materials, of course. Yeah, it makes it different. Which kind of flooring you take, the insulation material, paint, of course, anything that emits volatile organic compounds, the VOCs. Then more fuzzy aspects, look and feel. Is this is it enjoyable to look at the wall? In our case, fortunately, it tends to be so. It's all wood panels, but most of the walls at our university are just plain white. So that's not nice for the eye. Then the lighting. Specifically, do we have a good amount of natural light, daylight, sunlight, or is it what color is the light that we have? Acoustics, another very important part. Just compare a well-designed acoustic location to a swimming pool, and easy to decide where you would rather work. And indoor climate. Well, above all, they found that there's a very strong correlation between work performance and CO2 concentration, which, by the way, is one of the reasons why we have this huge filter above your heads that is driven by a CO2 sensor that we have there on the wall. So you don't have to worry about the thing here. But of course, temperature, humidity, all these factors contribute to a healthy working condition. And financial aspects, well, I mentioned sustainability, and you cannot do any, or you cannot achieve any full sustainability without considering the financial aspect. Just as an idea how this could look like, these are some inspirations that are already implemented in the city of Venlo, in Holland, that are really strong in this aspect, and they found within these first implementation steps, they found a really impressive impact by these implementations, most of which are rather simple. Just a good ventilation system for those indoor climates, to improve the indoor climates. They found better work performance, important to enterprises, I suppose, and up to 10% less sick leave. And this is really food for thought. People tend to be not only physically healthier, but mentally as well. They're fitter to work better. So that's a really good starting point for us. So what can be our role in this? Well, anything that may be implemented, no matter whether it's from the indoor climate healthy building network recommendations, or the previous slide about what can we do with the outdoor environments, any impact that can be attributed to these changes in our environments must be measured somehow. Without measurements, well, how can we tell? And this is really a good moment in time for us to dedicate our efforts into this, into these assessment programs, because most, if not all, of our municipalities have developed some sort of climate action plan, how to adapt to climate change. They have long catalogs of possible measures, what to do. But for most of those measures, there's very little idea about how well this would have an impact. This is really where we could find our niche. That we not only have the tools that we can build or fabricate here in the Fab Lab or the Green Fab Lab. We also have a bunch of students at hand that could help in the distribution of these programs here, as well as at Fontys University, and well, collect the data and use a crowdsourced citizen science approach to do that. We produce, or we let school children, interested people from the community, and our students produce, manufacture the sensors, distribute them to the people, let them go out there, detect where are the heat islands, what is the condition, the indoor condition of your working environments, and then deliver these assessments after we process the data to the municipalities, and well, give our opinion on how well such a measure would serve for the desired purpose. Just an idea for that. There's a whole lot of these DIY sensors already out there on the internet. You only have to look for this air quality monitoring backpack is one of them that can be connected to the smartphone and then transmit the data in real time with a UTM coordinates to our database, from which we can do the assessment in a much higher spatial and temporal resolution as any municipality possibly ever could. So that's where we see quite a potential in us, but it's not only about the censoring, it's not only about the physical aspects of our environment, we also need to take care of some psychological factors, because in the end, what we want to find out is what is the perceived quality of life, of the people. So we cannot simply go out there and ask people on a scale from 0 to 10 how what will be your grade to your quality of life. We need to also make an assessment along with this dependent variable. We also have to make an assessment regarding some social-cultural or socio-economic background of those people, because apparently it would make quite a bit of a difference whether a person lives in a single house, in a one-family house, or in a large apartment building. Some aspects like the income, proximity to the next park, proximity to a lake, all these things, all of them come together, and the physical world that we can assess via our sensors is only one part of the entire thing. So this requires a good design also for the questionnaires. Well, that's one of the parts that we may share some ideas here, because psychologically the questions that you put into such a questionnaire should also not be too suggestive, because people are well aware of when they want to be biased in some sort of way. So you have to be really careful about the design of these questions. The way how we do this will be 3 steps basically. We identify the POIs. This step has already been almost concluded. We had a workshop here 2 weeks ago, with people from the surrounding communities, and we decided to start in schools once again, because this is a rather locked up environment where we have a whole bunch of people that can go out, do the measurements, and we can it's also a good thing, it seems to be the right thing to start at schools to make their living and working environment a better, more worthwhile space. Developing a monitoring strategy, and then in the second part we will be starting off with the manufacturing and the distribution of the measuring devices, the design of the surveys, the questionnaires, then data collection, execution of the surveys, the data processing. Once the data assessment is finished, we go back to the municipalities and we develop a joint strategy based on best practice, based on empirical evidence that we can deliver on the basis of our crowdsourced data procurement. Universities, municipalities, they all need to find their role here, and we're hoping still that enterprises would also jump on board, not only with the incentive of the recruitment of their own professional staff, but also with this idea of improvement of the indoor work quality for better performance of the staff. How will we be embedding this into our degree program? Well, we have 4 elements in our curriculum that would do the job. Starting now this semester with one of our elective classes, the environmental economics class that I teach. where we will use the one of the healthy spaces, one school in our vicinity here as a case study. This will hopefully deliver some results that we will pass on to our interdisciplinary project in the winter term that I will be offering here. And some of our students hopefully would still be wanting to continue working on this topic. For them, we would have the opportunity to work as an internship with a municipality or a business partner that will be working with us. And finally, they could also finish it all off with a bachelor thesis. That's about what we're doing. I hope you like the idea. Probably have some questions, remarks. I'm all yours. Yes?
Thank you for the talk. Any ideas of how to promote this kind of projects down to the primary school system?
Yes, but for that we basically have, sorry.
Embedding these ideas into the curricula, for instance, in the same way that you are doing in your degree program?
Well, that's a bit trickier, but again, well, two answers maybe. Reaching out to the schools, for that we do have our school Fab Lab network, of which Martin, I suppose, will tell a bit in this conference. So we are really a node of knowledge for many schools here in the region. So that could be one way to reach out to them, but also we are quite well embedded in the system of the municipalities here in the region, on this side of the border as well as on the other side. So we use them as our multipliers to go to the schools. But for embedding these ideas in the regular school work, I see that either in the form of a project week, as I think all schools do that. I'm not sure, I'm too long out there, but my wife does it as a secondary school teacher as well. They have it every year. So that's a week-long project study where this would very well fit in. And all schools also offer some, I'd say, bi-curricular activity, extracurricular activity in the afternoon. That's work groups that goes through the entire semester, usually 1.5 hours every week, where we could also apply this. Yeah, Eric. Mm. Mm. Yes, I mentioned that. Thank you. I mentioned that in my speech the other day. That I think I'm not that much different from other people, but I tend to think in numbers, and I don't know. It helps me a lot to see not only what is my consumption level, but also how does that compare to others? Right, and that's why we, for our other project that I presented, we want to implement some sort of benchmarking system and some dashboard widgets where we can just apply some speedometer. Let's say if we're in the green, the yellow, or on the red. So yeah, same thing basically, or same sort of incentive to people to change behavior, because that's what a lot of this is about. That we want to make our contribution to make the world more quantitative. To not only say, okay, we want to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, but also what is the impact of if, let's say, if everybody would do what I do today, so what would that have an impact? Because we also always feel so small. Yeah, and what difference does it make if I take the bicycle instead of a car? But if we multiply that to a larger number of people, then and telling people what difference would that make, then we're again talking numbers. So this is some sort of our philosophy behind this. Yeah, thank you. Okay, people, we're a bit behind in schedule. Yeah, so.
Why we differ today than all the other days?
Okay, thanks again.
Well, we were talking about changing behavior, and changing behavior goes down to the citizen. And that's exactly what we are talking about right now, what we hear about now. Universities are okay, municipalities are okay, but who connects us together? These are citizens. And these are citizens of all age groups. We're talking about the school children, but we're also talking about our aging population. All of them want healthy living spaces. All of them want to have kind of a life that's worthwhile. Even under the conditions we are facing right now, with heat periods, with rain periods, with everything else. So we need to focus on the individual and build it to Esther, who's giving the next talk, helps us to get along on how to do this. She has been working on regional development together with India, Portugal, and Nepal since 2013 in different projects, and is now working on the Wi-Fi Institute for Technology, especially in these kind of projects that are most often EU projects, that are research and development projects, but we're talking about basically regional development. One learns from the next one. Small cities.
Okay, thanks. Welcome, everyone. I hope I can give you some interest facts from our work with citizens. We try to develop participation for environment and also for being more sustainable in your own living part in your own world. Okay. This is an old African wisdom. It's a photography from Graffiti Berlin Wall, and there stands in English, you can read it. Many small people who in many small places do many small things, then can alter the face of the world. And that's the kind we want to work with many people, because we think that being more sustainable has to be a goal for each one. It can't be a goal for only enterprises. It has to be an action with all people together. So now it's not going on. Okay. Der geht jetzt irgendwie nicht. Warte mal eben. Ja, man muss ihn anstellen. Okay. Climate protection and sustainability. It's not the same, but it's near to each other. If we want to save our climate, we have to live more sustainably. Okay, and if we now look at our area, we can see that over the last 100 years, the temperature is rising up until 1.4 degree. And we all live in this area and realize that the periods of heat, droughts, heavy rainfall shows us clearly that the climate has changed. It's not in the future, it really is at the moment in action really. So what we need now is to really be safe and to really get in action. So climate protection and also sustainability is a central issue. Action in all levels of society is now necessary. And because of this, many municipal climate protection management work together with several parties in the area. They work together with people, with citizens, also with enterprises, and also with many initiatives that want to change the behavior of people maybe also. So what are the aims? The aims of all measures are reduce local greenhouse gas emission, promote sustainable living and action, and also improve climate adaptation. And that what climate management people in the municipal areas do now. But if we look at what is really going on in the last years, we know we know we have to do all together many things. So climate management, I show you some of the project that was built up in Xanten now, because I work together with Xanten and the process of climate management. My function there is to moderate these processes and also to participate different stakeholders and citizens to these actions. So what are some projects? I would show you what municipal projects can be in the area here. So in Xanten we got a repair cafe that wants to help others to repair instead of throwing away, to make people give them more information to learn how they can repair something. They do it together. It's building up a community of repairing. That's the issue. That's the goal. And also they make it possible to rent electric cargo bikes or get electro car sharing. Some projects that are prepared for enterprises are eco-profit, so that companies get more sustainable, so that they can reduce energy, water consumption, wastewater production, and also waste materials. Another project is the green sponsorship, design and maintenance of urban green spaces. So they want to build up some spaces in neighborhoods to get people active in gardening together and build up maybe some new places with herbs or something like that. Another initiative is Bunt statt Grau. That means many colors instead of stone. So they want to build up more gardens with flowers and also with grass and herbs. Okay, facade greening and green roofs, that's what everyone does in this time, and cooperation for more solar areas. It's also funding by Solarmetropole Ruhr or Energiesparhaus Ruhr is also a kind of funding, but for private people. We got both. We got funding for private people and we got funding for companies, and we want to try this to make the people get in action to reduce their CO2 emission and to be more sustainable. But is this enough? The common task is sustainability in rural areas. Is enough? Many citizens ask this by themselves, and because of these ideas we talk with many groups, and they say we want to make something by ourselves. We want to be really active. We want to change it by ourselves together. Maybe we'll build up a kind of a community of sustainability for areas. And because of this, we built up a small project. This project is called Sustainable Villages, and it's a German-Dutch network. We hear something about funding. It's also was an Interreg project, a small Interreg project, It was built up the last year in 22. And there were 6 communities, 6 small villages or small towns that work together. These are the participants. It's Elst, Reden, these are the Dutch ones, Zanten, Alp, Rheinberg, and Greed. That's the area where I live. And also Rivertex, my company. Okay, the project goals. How can villages be sustainable? We hope that we can bring a little bit strengthening for civic engagement. We want to activate the communities. We want to identify key local and sustainable development issues. We do it by walking through the villages, making workshops, and also build up some interviews with different peoples. The idea is to find new solutions, individual solutions, tailored for the own village, for the own city. And yeah, the interchange of German and Dutch problems and also solutions are one of the goals of Interreg, and we do it the border can help us to find new solutions and yeah, to be maybe in another way inspired. Okay, build up a network of active German and Dutch villages was also one of the goals. Okay, I start with my home village. This Greed. This is also Greed. It's a picture from our drone. Yeah, it was built up in 2030, I guess. And you can see it's a small village. It's very compact. It's only small streets, no great garden places, and it's also an old city, and because of this it's very hard to build up photovoltaic because we got some protections because of the historical monuments, and it's not possible to get enough photovoltaic on the roofs to be CO2 neutral. And we talked with the city, and they give us a feedback that it's not possible to go on each roof. We have to look if there are some streets. You can look from the streets to the roof. It's impossible. You can't build up photovoltaic. And so we realize that if we want to be CO2 neutral, it's not possible to do it with photovoltaic. And because of this, we find the idea that wind energy can be the solution for us. But if you want to build up wind energy, it's very hard to find a good place to build it up because there are many restrictions. You have to go far away from houses, and the restrictions are very hard to realize this. But now we're looking for some of these local possibilities to find a place to build it up. And we are now searching. We're talking to some people. We're also talking with politics, and we hope that in the next year it can be possible to find a place to build this wind power up. So what do we now? We want to build up energy cooperative first. We got some. We got a history with cooperative because we built up a small grocery shop together with. I guess now we found 52,000 euros to build it up. Now actually there are 150 people inside. They are all owners of this grocery shop, and because of this history, we thought it can be a good idea to do it also with energy. So we try it, and I would like to give you a short view into cooperative that are also in Germany built up. There are nearly 100 citizen energy cooperatives in Germany. You can now see on the picture down on the map where they are now being And we will see in the next, we now try to build this cooperative up, and we hope that next year we can maybe go in planning this wind energy. Okay, that was Ried. And now it's Waard. Waard is also a small village that is part of Zanden. And the idea of Waard to be more sustainable is to build up a local environmental education, and also to promote biodiversity in the village, and to activate the community living together. What are the ideas of Waard? They want to build up, or they made it. They built up insect hotels with kids, and they work also in the kind Rolf shows. They want to educate kids by doing together, by working together, and they do it with their parents. And the idea is to make nature tangible, to feel aliveness, to do it together with the family, to get also the discussions about sustainability and nature into the daily business or daily life. And the other idea was to build up this, or a project is planned. Von Peter is now a workshop Herb and Art, and for that the families designed these planting beds, and then make it a little bit more attractive with their own art. And in the next year they want to, or in this year they want to get herbs inside, and then at the end they will finish the activity with a campfire romance. Petra told it in this way. Okay, also in Waard there is urban gardening activity, or I guess it's more than an activity, it's really an, was heißt Verein, müsst ihr mal helfen? Initiative? Yeah, an association, something like that. They were built up, I guess, 2 years ago, and they got an area from the town and built it up together in a community garden. That's a picture in the top. And for this year they planned to to build up some trees, and also planning flower meadows near to the youth hostel, to build up more areas for biodiversity. Okay. This is one of the Dutch partners, the active one Dutch partner. It's Elst Brienenhof, and they want to build up a sustainable and climate neutral neighborhood. And the idea they have is that they will inform people, give them more information, to show maybe also some lighthouses, so that people can be inspired to be more to use lower energy, and also to build up some sustainable solutions. And they also look very hard for this rainwater harvesting and green roofs. And they got several informations for this. We were at some of these information also be there. It was very interesting because they really show what people are making. They bring up some from this roof installation, and each one can get there and really put it in. And yeah, that was very interesting. Also, there was a neighborhood festival with many kids, and we also discussed with the kids, what are your ideas? How can this Wijk, this quartier, is it right, quartier? Is this a small part of the city can be more sustainable? Yeah, quarter. Yeah, quarter? Courtyard, okay, good. This was one of these walking around with all the citizens that are interested in, and yeah, something is really going on. Elst is now a partner of the municipality. They really got financial support for the activity. That's not normal in Dutch, and that's what they're very proud about it. And they try to be a model quarter for sustainability, and they also the climate major of the Gemeinde Overbetuwe is also coming from Elst. Okay, planned projects. Maintaining public green spaces in self-direction. They want to do it by themselves. They want to get it away from the city and make it in a more sustainable way, in more ecological way. They want to store, use rainwater on their site, improve water quality in surface water, develop an actual ecological concept for these surface water places, and build up a network for activities and also stimulate exchange of experience with other cities. That was the idea, and that are planned projects. Okay, Budberg. Budberg, it's next to us, it's not far away. It's a part of Rheinberg, and the idea in Budberg was that we work together with the citizens in some workshop, because they do something, but we thought that maybe it can be good to speak together, to start again together, because we realize that many people don't connect in this way, that it's necessary to be active. And we say it can be a chance that we make a new kickoff for activity, for ecological, sustainable development. And because of this, we started with a walk around in Budberg, and then with 2 workshops. And the ideas of that was built up with the citizens was that they want to enabling climate and friendly mobility. That was the first thing we heard. We were a little bit, because sometimes it's difficult if you are in rural areas. Mobility is not so easy as if you're maybe in Köln or also in Bonn or something like that, because the public transports are not so easy and not so deep if it's in bigger towns. And they want to improve and expand routing for cyclists and pedestrians. It's very hard because they got a big road that goes directly through the town. So they each time have to cross this road, and it's 15 kilometers, not 30. So it's very hard for kids and also for younger people to cross these roads. And because of this, most of the parents won't let their children go by bike or by feet to school. And in German we say it's Elterntaxi. So the parents hope that or try to get their kids safe to school, and because of this, driving them by car. And one of the ideas is to make this walking bus. The walking bus means that there is one parent, and that he starts in his neighborhood and get all the children by coming to school, so that the children can go into this walking bus, and they go together to the school, so that children can learn that it's not so hard, and it can be also safe to go by their own feet or use the bike, and not go with the car only with mom or dad. And that's one of the ideas. And also they want to establish this 30-kilometer zone to make it more safely for children and also for elderlies to cross the road. One of the other ideas is revitalization of the railway. There's a railway, but that's not active at the moment. And also expanding e-charging station, construction of charging parks is one of the ideas. And they're looking now for sponsoring, and also talk to the city to get maybe a funding from them. Okay. Green energy for Budberg. Budberg also got many of these gravel holes, and it's also a possibility to build up photovoltaic on gravel holes, also maybe on the embankments. And that's one of the things they want to try now, and also put it on many roofs as possible, public, private, and also industrial. This is also one of the activities from the climate management from Rheinberg. They're also thinking about wind energy, looking also for location that's very hard, because I told you in this sense of grid, it's not so easy to find some places where you can install them. They want also build up a charging park with PV systems at the sport park, because there's a big area where cars can stand and where it's possible to build up this charging rules. Strange and village identities also was one of the results from the workshops. I was a little bit surprised, but it's also there really they're looking for their own identity. They say it's so hard for us because there are so many people that come to us that live here but not are good integrated, and they want to make more activities together to get them well integrated, and also they want that their the history houses maybe can be saved a little bit, and that there are more regulation for building up new houses. That was really a theme for them. I was a little bit destroyed, not but a little bit. That's not what I thought it can be. Yeah, also preparing places for elderlies and also more for kids, that people can stay there and get old or be good in education also. Okay, FAIN, climate protection. The idea of FAIN was they looked at the 17 sustainable goals and try to implement it in some of their ideas or fit it together, what can be realized from these goals. And so the goals again, and they find at the beginning 3 goals that are possible to realize. So goal 1, end of poverty in all of its forms and everywhere. So they want to collect old bicycle closest toys and also make these collection points and destruction better known. They want to promote sustainable agriculture so that people can realize what are grown really in agriculture round of FAIN, and also they want to react their green path, and this green path for it. And also they want to marketing regional products in an old building, in a pavilion, a small building. It's called Grain Nest, and the goal 70 is to talk about sustainable villages together in a forum that's called Fiener Dorfgespräche. So this is a Grain Nest. It's an old small house, and they implement direct marketing of regional projects from local producers in vending machines, and also give more information about association activities in the area, in their small village, and also tourist information, e-bike charging, and all this from sustainable power supply for vending machines and also for charging point, and do it with photovoltaic and battery storage in this small building. And these are the Fiener Dorfgespräche. They say it's a Lower Rhine symposium for village life, and they will in the next year do it with more sustainable themes and activities. And yeah, that was all. Thanks for your attention. Okay, questions? Kai. Yeah, that was the first idea. Really, maybe it's also the better way or a good way is to start maybe with some other forms of energy producing. Yes. Yeah, yeah. We make a first finance plan, and we have to found, or we have to get money for. I guess it was €3.5 million. That was what it has to be paid, but we also talked with other cooperatives. There's one in Issum, and they told us that they finance 80% of the investment by banks and fundings, and the rest by the people, by the citizens. And that's not so bad, because now at the moment there are 50 people who want to pay this 20%. We got the money laying, but we need the place where we can build it up. That's now the great problem, and because of this we talked about the village administration and also with politics, and everyone in our city knows that we want to build it up. And if you look at the new EEG, also dieses and there's a possibility that organizations with citizens are preferred to build it up. If there's an investor and also initiative of citizen, the initiative of citizen has to be first get the chance to build there in this place up. Yes, that can be, but we now hope that by changing the issues and also changing the goals in energy producing, maybe it get a little bit faster. And also we talked to other initiatives and they told us 5 to 10 years is possible. So we first want to build up the formal construction to be then a cooperative and try to realize that we will see. Because our problem is really that to work with photovoltaic is not possible in these small villages, and the idea was to be CO2 neutral, and the only way to realize it really, also we can maybe get something with water power. Bisschen lauter. Yes, yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we talked to our city, and the problem is really that this is an historical place, and that many of the rules are not. It's not possible to build it up because of the. Yes. Yeah, but we really we. Yes, but in our village it's not the same, because we really invite them to an information workshop where every citizen who's interested in building up photovoltaic in his own roof or her own roof was also there, and we asked, and they say at each roof they make a decision for this house. It's not really, and if someone build it up without without giving a yes, they really put it down. Maybe it can change, but they discuss this also, and it's at the moment it's not possible. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Smaller ones. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, but if you look at this picture of the city, we are so small that many of these houses didn't got really gardens, and you have to. I'm not sure if you can put it on the roof. I know some of these small windmills can be also putting on the roof. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, because it's very small and very complex. Yeah, I guess we don't know if the solution is to build up a great windmill, but I guess the first idea was to get people into thinking about alternative energy building or making their own energy, and also to think about what can we do as a community to be CO2 neutral and how much energy we need. We also have one of this citizen that really planned how many energy grid needs to be CO2 neutral. Also with charging e-cars and also this alternative energy warmings, yeah, and everything. And that was the idea to think about a plan. How can it be possible? We are not sure if this great windmill will come, but I guess the first step is to think about, to make people sensible for what can be a way. And that was the idea of the project. Yes. Yeah. 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 We also talked about this. Yeah. It can be also a possibility. But that has to be, I guess we start a discussion with the administration and we will see what at the end will be possible for us. I guess the first step was really to get so many people that say we are interesting and we will do it together, and we find a kind of cooperation form to do it together. And that was the first step, and now we will see what now is really the best way to realize it. Okay. Yes, also, yes, really. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess awareness is the first step for each activity. And you needed to involve people to get them in action. And I guess it was the first step. Yeah. Yes, that's the idea. Okay. Okay, also thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
We will be meeting for the first workshop at 2 o'clock. So make sure you grab a bite to eat, talk with each other, exchange ideas. And then in the afternoon it's Nitratenstouts, followed by Let's Play.
das Rode.
Ich auch noch was mitnehmen.
needed for farming or for tourism. So it's difficult to make parents understand how important is education. So we have a lot of programs from the university to try to promote not science, culture in general, for and trying to push students to study. It's for us sometimes it's depressing because it's a long walk we have to do. Our strategy is trying to make we are like the connection between the researchers at the university and teachers in primary secondary school. So we try to translate the research done at the university to schools and high schools. So for instance, imagine that you are a biochemist. So we try to translate your work as educational resources to primary and secondary school. So we may ask you, can you make a 5 minutes video explaining your work, in particular if you're a woman, because you know the gender gap, or can you help us to build a laboratory experiment that we can use in primary or secondary school? So we try to build a repository of educational resources. So this is part of our work. And the other is called motivation. So trying to push kids not just to go to university, but just to finish their mandatory education. So it's difficult because their parents still don't understand how important it is to have a that things are changing pretty fast because after the economic crisis, people see that tourism is not everything, so we have to try to make a change. Things are changing, but there are many areas in Tenerife that are underdeveloped, and people are planning programs and stuff like this. So sometimes it's difficult. And our big problem also is tourism. Because you may have in a primary school 25 children. We have 4 Germans, 3 Swedes, 2 British, 5 Spaniards, 5 kids from America. Because since it's a tourist spot, there are a lot of people from other places going to live in Tenerife. So in the same classroom, you may have kids from Germany and kids from Senegal. So it's a completely different economical and cultural background because these kids from Senegal maybe just came to the Canaries by boat, and almost killed by so nothing to do with the son of this guy working in a hotel from Germany. So we also have this complex situation in the schools, particularly in the tourist spots of the south. You may find this. It's a long way. Yeah. So things are moving slowly, but we are more or less happy with the results. That you're in the business. It's a long. It takes a lot of time. From time to time, was last month I was taking a coffee in a cafeteria, and this 20-something-year-old came by me and said, "You remember me?" I said, "No, I went to your workshops, blah, blah, blah," and then I said, "Okay, I want to study this." So I just finished computer science, for instance. So one, okay, or maybe 1,000, who knows? But it's, for me, it's like very one case, I think maybe more, but it's more for reflections. He didn't came to see. I'm going to kill you because my life is so miserable because of you. But the important part is that the local government is already realizing that it is important to invest not only in formal education, but also in trying to promote science, technology, or whatever, or music. But that's important.
Nope. I think that's it. Nope. Thanks. Yeah, it was like a logical error in the way to represent the data. Yeah. Give me a sec. No, it's okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I think we can start, right, with the workshop. Yeah. So, as Raul mentioned in the morning, we are trying to bring technology to schools, but in a way they can use the technology without thinking too much in the technical part. So we are doing basically a different layer of abstractions so they can use the technology in a more easy way without providing a specific limitation in the way how they can interact or the project they can do. So today we are going to be working mainly with two technologies here. One of them is hardware and the other is software. So we have Snap and Telodrone. Who know, for example, Scratch here? Scratch? No? And you, Hassan, you know Scratch? Hassan? You know Scratch? Okay. And who knows Snap? More or less? Okay. So I will start there because there is a quite huge difference between Snap and Scratch. Both of them are programming-based environments, so you can use blocks to program object or multiple things. But I don't want to go into the technical. I will keep the entire workshop very easy to follow, not technical stuff. But if you have technical questions, you can ask me. Don't worry. So basically the main difference between Snap and Scratch, Snap, it's we can say a high level order in terms of function and blocks. And in Scratch, you can build your own blocks, but you have a lot of limitation in the way that what you can put into the block. You have, for example, text input, number inputs, Boolean inputs, and that's it. So in Scratch, I can show you actually why I need to. So I will go to Scratch. Scratch. Just to show you quickly what is the main difference between the technology behind Snap and Scratch. So I'm in Scratch. So I can create a project here. Yeah. So you see, it's a block-based environment, and you can make your own blocks here in the place for blocks. Right here. But here's the main problem, or the main difference between Snap and Scratch. In Scratch, you can build your own blocks, yeah, but the type of limitation, you have a lot of limitation here. So the input, it can be text or number, can be a Boolean, or just a label, right? This is not an actual input. So the custom blocks in Scratch are actually subroutines that you can call, and you can pass just number and text, or Booleans, right? That's all. Right? But for example, in Snap, there is a different approach, and in Scratch, all the blocks are high-level order functions, so you can pass blocks inside the blocks, or you can pass other type of object, like list. I will show you. So for example, just go, if you want to explore with me, you can go to snap.berkeley.edu. Yeah. Yeah, we have around 8 computers, 9 computers. If you need help with categories, we have blocks, but we can build also our own custom blocks. So for example, if I go to blocks in the bottom side,
You don't have to download it, you can do it from CSS.
yeah, you can do it in the browser. So for example, in the bottom there's the option make a block, right? So I will click on here, and now I can define the category, for example, of my blocks. If I want my blocks to appear into motion, looks, sound, it doesn't matter for now. So let's put it on motion. Here's the main difference. Your block can be a command, right? It can be a reporter, or it can be a predictable. What is the difference? Command, it will just execute the code inside the block. It will not return anything, right? There is not return. A reporter will return whatever you want. It can be a list, a number, a text, or something else. And a predictable, it will return a Boolean operation, true or false, right? So you can define 3 types of blocks here. So for example, if we want to define a command, it can be something simple. Let's say move by a distance, right? So we can say distance. Okay, and now we have our block editor. So here we can start building our own custom block. So this block will be very simple. It will move by a given distance. So, but as you can see now, distance is just text, but we can replace this as an input. So we can just click on distance, like so, set distance, right? And now it's a text, title text. We can change this into an input, right? So now this will behave as an input. If you want to go even more custom, you can click in this arrow, and these are all the options that you have as an input for your block. You can pass objects, you can pass numbers, you can even pass other blocks like commands, you can pack command like this seed shape, text, or you can just say anything, right? That's the default. You can even pass reporter, list, booleans, or any other type. Even you can create a list of elements in which the user can select the option. We will build an example, right? Like a drop-down menu, right? That's actually in this section here, multiple inputs, right? But for now, we will keep it simple, and we are expecting a number here. So let's just select number and say, OK. As you can see now, our block is called move, and this time it changed the color because now it's an input. So now we can define our logic inside this custom block, and it will be very simple. We will move, taking the move block, which is in motion, right? You can go to motion, move, and by default it's 10 steps, right? But we actually want to move by the given distance. So we can say just drag and drop the distance here, right? And that's it. That's our first custom block, right? It's just emulating what move is doing, but in a different way, more or less. So we can apply, OK, and now our custom block is somewhere here. Yeah, so we can pass a number. So for example, 20. And now if I click on top of this block, it will execute the code inside, right? So which means move by 20 steps. It's moving. Right? Yeah, so the coordinate system here, we have in the middle 0, 0, positive x, positive y, going upwards. Yeah, that's the coordinate system. Exactly. Actually, if we use a negative value, it will go backwards. Right? Like this. Cool. So you have done your first custom block. As you can see, it's pretty simple. You are just passing numbers, but you can pass more objects, lists, or booleans, or other blocks even. Absolutely.
Which is another function.
Exactly.
You are passing a function to a function.
Absolutely.
By the function to whatever you do. This is a higher order function.
Exactly.
That's a principle of functional programming.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, they can use Acme. No worry. So that's pretty cool. Then we are going to explore a bit more the layout of Snap, the different parts where we can find stuff like blocks or the costumes. So we are going to be doing this example, which is pretty simple but very nice. So for example, here we can draw flowers. So for example, this is a very simple example. I took it from the homepage of Snap, but we can redo it here. So first of all, let's understand the layout of the software. We have different parts. In the corner, we have the categories, so we can find the different groups of blocks. We can find the blocks here. And as you can see, if you are into motion, you will see only the blocks for motion, right? But if you prefer to see an entire list of all the blocks available in Snap, you can click here and say, somewhere here, where is, single palette, right? And now you have a collection of all the blocks in here, right? So you can navigate through the different groups in the same space. But if you prefer to jump directly to specific places without scrolling in this way, you can disable that in a single palette, right? You can even decide if you want to show the categories and show the buttons. In this case, I prefer to use it in this way. Yeah.
There is also, when you apply this, let's say, for a first class in school, right?
Yeah.
There is even a possibility to limit the
Yeah, I will show you that. So for example, as you can see, we have a lot of blocks in a lot of categories, right? So, but we can define which blocks we want to enable. For that, we need to understand this section here, which is this part here is called stage, which everything happening to this stage, right? And you can have multiple characters and multiple actors in this state. This is all called sprites, right? So in this case, we have just one single sprite, which means one single element is being displayed onto state, right? So we can have multiple sprites, and each sprite, it will have different blocks and different logics internally. So for example, I can build a new one by just clicking here, which means create a new sprite, edit the current sprite, or just take a picture, right? So let's just create a new sprite. And now we have a new sprite. We have two sprites, and they have different logic. As you can see, the logic here change because we are in a different sprite. And to get use of the categories and disable some, for example, blocks, we need to understand this portion here, state. We have just one stage here. But we can create another one, and for example, limit the amount of blocks per state. So for example, here, I can create a new one by going here in Files, and create a new scene. Do you see the option? File, new scene. Perfect. Yep. So this in Snap is called micro words. So exactly. So in which you can limit what is going on in Snap, but in a very tiny little environment, which is here. So you have one stage, which is this, but you have multiple words, right?
One of the advantages of this approach is that you can limit the amount of blocks when you teach, for example, children the first time. Otherwise, maybe the amount of blocks is too overwhelming.
That's great. So for example, in this example, we are using few blocks, and we want just to enable the blocks that we are using right now, nothing else. We can go to File, here, Hide Blocks, and you don't need to select individually. You can right-click somewhere, like here, for example, and you can say, unuse it, right? The one that you are not using. Unuse it, okay, and now your micro word is limited to the blocks that you are actually using. So you can see even the categories are disabled. You have access only what you are using. So we can explore, for example, pen, we are just using clear and stamp. Control, we are using when and repeat. Sensing, operators.
So just give the students what you
Actually need, exactly. That's what we are doing. And you can build small tutorials, like for example, each individual one have different needs, different block necessities. You can build multiple micro words with different blocks enabled. Where? Here? If you want to change the... yeah, you can do that, but you need to keep that in mind when you are doing all the calculation, if you want, right? Yeah, but yeah, you can do that. So for example, what you can do, it's even the micro word, it will contain a small portion of the state, and you can have multiple type of state into the micro word. So for example, now the state, this has this, let me show you, state size. Now it's 480 by 360 pixels, right? So, but for example, I want a bigger state here, so I can say, I don't know, right, so I can now display a bit more. But that was just for the scene, which is now called untitled. But if I jump into scene number 2, this contains a different side. And now all the blocks are enabled because I disabled the blocks in the other scene, the other micro word. Yeah?
So these are now instructions just for the teachers and the trainers, right? Usually
Yeah.
you wouldn't use this if you program, but when you are a trainer in a course, you want maybe to limit
That's correct. Right. So you can create, for example, step by step to get into a specific point, or you can just create different example projects in different scenes. Exactly. And you can do that easily.
Like a curriculum already.
Exactly. Right? So you can share the project and the other can go through easily. Right? So the other portion that we need to explore here in Snap is the center part. As you can see, this section here is where we can drag and drop blocks, right? But we have some tabs on top. This is the script area. We have also the costumes area. The costume is the representation of your sprite. So for example, if I can go to costume, as you can see, my only available costume now is turtle, which is a arrow. But I can create another costume, which can be a custom one. For example, I can get it from here, and I can drop something, right? A triangle. And now this is my new costume. Or for example, I can take a picture, and this picture will be my costume. Let me enable my camera. Yep. No, I don't want to reload. So for me, it doesn't like me, I need to reload. Yeah, but you get it. Here you can take a picture, basically. And sound, in case that you want to record something and then play the sound, you can do it in the sound option. Right? As you can see, this is my sprite, and my current costume is the triangle, but I can switch to the costume of the turtle by just clicking on turtle. And now my current costume is the turtle. Right? So I can create multiple costumes. So let's start with that. Let's create a few, for example, flowers or shapes. So for example, let me delete this one. And let's create, for example, a rectangle with some color. Right? So now I have this costume. I can create another costume, which can be, for example, a circle. I can press Shift, and I will get I will keep the aspect ratio of this, right? Then I will grab another color, and for example, let's make another one, a triangle. So I can just click here, and click here, and fill it with red, for example, or something like this. Okay, now we have 3 different costumes. If we want to get to this point, what we can do is switch between different costumes, right? But based on some specific event. So for example, let's go here. I want to be able to click the mouse, and when I click the mouse, start stamping the costume on the state, right? So the first logic that we need to think about is what is the event that will trigger the action. In this case, mouse down, right? I want to measure or launch the commands when I press the click on the mouse. So you can do that in, for example, control. Control will give you all the control blocks, and we are looking for when. Right? When something happened, it's kind of the logic of this block. And the logic here that I'm looking for when I press the mouse, and if I want to see the mouse, I need to go to sensing, right? And get the option for mouse down. Even if you want, you can use the search. Mouse down, for example. And you can say when mouse is down, it will trigger whatever is below this function. Right? That's the first thing that we are looking for. So next part, I want to be able to take my costume, and whenever I press, I want my figure to move to that position. Right? So then I can draw the figure around. So then I need to go to motion and go to you have two options. You can provide coordinate for X and Y, or you can provide the mouse position. Go to mouse pointer. So you can attach this here. And now, every time that you move around your mouse, by clicking the mouse, you can move your costume around. Right? That's the first bar. Cool. So then, we want to keep stamping this costume into the stage. Right? So for that, we need to keep a running loop inside the scripts area. So we need to go to control, because a loop is part of a control category. And I can get, for example, forever. So this block, it will keep running whatever is inside this block. It will, by default, is true here. But if you want to provide some other categories, you can say repeat until, for example, exactly. So if you are pressing, you can go to them. Let me disable this for now. You can go to the category Paint, and you have multiple options. Paint is the portion of Snap we can draw and create stuff into this stage, right? So for example, the one that we are looking for is Stamp. Stamp will create a copy of your current costume and put it into this stage, right? But it's not a new sprite or a new costume, it's just literally a stamp. So we can stamp our current costume into the stage. So let's take a stamp and put it here. So now every time that I click the mouse, I can stamp, sorry, I need to move this inside, right? Because I need to keep track of where is the mouse. So I need to be inside forever. So now you can see it's moving. I can clean up this by, for example, using clear, and I can just click. Right, so you can clean up the stage very easily. Where I am here. Let me put this outside because I think it makes more sense since we are triggering this based on the event. So we don't need to keep track inside the forever loop. Yeah. So another trick here is that we can change the color, because you can see it's kind of pink. We can change the color somewhere here. Color. Where it is? Let me quickly check my notes. Where they are. This sprite. Yeah, set color effect. That's the one they are looking for. It's in looks and set. Here you can see Ghost. It's the default effect, but you can play with different effects here. That's the way how you can transform or make some, for example, filters in your images or in your current costume. So now we are looking for color because we want to change the color of the current costume. So I can say color effect 2. I can provide a number. So for example, 5. And where's my sprite? Sorry. Set this color here to color 10. Clean. Go to my mouse pointer. And now you can see it's orange, right? Because I'm changing the color in here. But you can provide, for example, a random pick from I don't know, -10 to 10. So I will pick a color randomly between these two numbers, and it will change the, basically, this HSL color space, so I will play with the different colors values. So I can switch between red, green, blue, and different colors. Yep.
Can you demonstrate this script now?
Yeah. Let me just go in here and go to mouse pointer. The only thing that I'm not sure. Yeah. I just need to change this forever. Actually, for, I don't know, just repeat a few times. To stamp this 2 times, for example, or once, right? Yeah. We can do it in this way, for example. Stop, and we are driving. Yeah, and even we can play, for example, with the rotation. So we can turn this by a random pick value from 0 to 360. Clean. Right. You can drag and drop. But we are now using one of the costumes. We have more costume available, so we can just go to next costume. We are just iterating over the 3 costumes that we have available here. So let's clean, and now we can create this kind of abstract R. All right. This can be an NFT easily, right? And as you can see, the color are changing because we are randomly picking values from -10 to 10. And we are turning the figure by 0 to 360 degrees and stamping that in the state. Right? Yeah. You can create, for example, yeah. Do you have costumes?
Stamp next costume. Does this
That's correct, yeah. Just make sure they have few costumes to iterate over. Yeah.
It's smiling face.
Okay, perfect.
And the other one? Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
Good. So then it should work, right?
Yep.
Which means you can execute the block.
Yeah. When you click over the state, it will drag and drop your faces. All right. Yeah. So for example, here I have 3 flowers. So and then I'm just going through the different flowers and printing them or stamping them into the state. It's on the website. If you go to the Snap website, you will see the highlight of the month on top, and this example is one of them. Yeah.
And another question I had. Is there a collection of costumes or so? A library of costumes?
Yep, there is a library of costume. There are some costumes that are just in Snap, but most of the costume are from scratch, right? Because the licensing allow you to use the costume from scratch.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Even the cat?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this would be a trademark or so.
No. So yeah, you can pick costume from somewhere. Costumes here. Yep. So for example, you can go to Files, Costumes, You will get access to the costume library. Yep, so you have AV, Alonso, airplanes, and more shapes. Yeah, so you can pick from here if you want.
Where did you find this?
File,
Yeah.
costumes.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Which one?
So for example, if you click one of them, like Alonso for example, it will add Alonso to your costume list. So now I can even bring Alonso's. Yeah, so now you have a quite good understanding of the basic of Snap, but I also want to show you something a bit more interesting, and I will say quite more powerful, because at this point it looks kind of like Scratch in terms of that you can drag and drop blocks, but there is more power behind Snap, and one of them is that, for example, you can create dependency between sprites. So which means one of your sprite can depend on the position or the behavior of the other sprite. And I can show you that more easily by showing you the experiment. So for example, we have this. This is one of the Jane's examples. It's called piston. If you want to look into Snap, so for example, you can literally look for a piston, and you will find this specific example. Yeah, so you can see projects, because people can share projects, and Jens shared this one, which is called wheels. This is an example to show you how you can create dependencies between sprites. So for example, if I click here, what is happening here, that you have 3 different sprites, 3 different objects, but only wheel is rotating, and this rotation is driving the road, which is also driving the piston. Right? So the logic is pretty simple. You can see when you click the flag, you will be rotating forever. Right? We can recreate this very easily. I will show you how. But that's something, for example, that you cannot do in Scratch. And the logic is extremely simple. So wheel is literally just turn. Road is just point toward the piston, so always point the object into the piston, right? And piston, it just set position of the piston based on the X position of the road. So whenever is the X of the road, right? So literally you are rotating this, the road is already dependent of the wheel, and the rope is always pointing toward the piston, and the piston, it will move based on the X position of the road. That's the logic. But for example, you can change this, and now this will point in direction of my mouse, for example.
And the piston still
Yeah, the piston is still,
the x-axis of the rod.
yeah, because the piston is always looking to get the x-axis of the road. Yeah. So for example, I can just disable this, move it away for now, and now this is moving and it's always trying to point in the direction of the pointer, right? And you don't need to be doing like crazy X and Y positioning to get the current position, transformation, rotations. It's just dependency of the sprites.
That's something for you. You could invent a physics engine for it.
Yeah.
A spring jumping with friction or some bouncing ball or something.
So for example, you can even build maps, because from Snap you can connect to web servers. So for example, you can read APIs or read web pages. This example, it's also from the community, and it's basically just a map, which is tracking my GPS positioning, and it's actually now it's in the Green Fab Lab, so I can press the plus sign and I'm zooming in, and I can use the arrow to move. right? So this map is connecting to the OpenStreet API. It's grabbing the map and it's printing the map into the stage, right? That's what's happening here.
But it's also tiling, right? If you move away,
Yeah, it's also tiling. Yeah. So
it caches it in the background somehow, right?
yep. There is a lot of libraries. You don't need to code all this from scratch. You can go to libraries. And as you can see, those are the libraries available already part of Snap. So for example, you have the world maps, menus, text costumes, animations, and so on more. Yeah. So world map, for example, is a library which already contains some blocks for geo navigation or geolocalization. So you can show the current location, zoom in, zoom out, go to specific coordinate systems, or get distance from one point to another. This is already part of the library.
Is it possible to get like real-time position of an object if it's like constantly sending its location, or like every?
Yeah, actually, this
Map can you see it like moving?
Yeah, actually, this example is that. This example is reading my GPS coordinate. As you can see, location is enabled. And if I move around, it should update the map too. Yeah.
We can set how frequently it should
Yeah, actually.
the map like
Yeah, we can see the code and it's probably just getting the positioning. So this is the costume. And you can see all the code already here, right? Set style, for example, chain to a specific pixel values or just go to specific places.
code is actually running online on that website, right?
Technically, Snap is running on the browser, just in the browser. Yeah. So if you have internet, you can tile the map and show the map into the state.
We can
Yeah.
do our own like implementation, like our own server running Snap.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, I also want to show you. Let me close this and this and this. That there is also a lot of people in the community working to integrate hardware with Snap. And Snap is just the like the main software, but there are so many software around Snap, built with Snap, that let you make more things. And those are here. If you go to the website, to the bottom side, you will see this option extensions. And here are more softwares that are based on Snap. One of my favorites, for example, it's where it is. I don't see it. Where is? Turtle Stitch, for example. So this is Snap, but for doing stitching, right? Or if you want to do more like networking communication, you have Nextblocks. We have a lot of communication already into Snap. So you can access TCP servers or WebRTC or just maps servers already here. Or for example, another cool block is Beetle blocks. This is for 3D. So if you want to teach, for example, 3D printer and you want to create very simple 3D shapes, you can do it here.
And you can export that to the printer.
Yeah, you can export this as STL file, and then you can use this in the printer software. So as you can see, this software is basically based on Snap, but adapted to 3D geometries. Yeah, so we have a 3D environment here. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, quit. So you have a 3D environment. And you can create 3D shapes here. You have all the basics, and you can extend this to create something else. And yeah, and there are so many other options you can see. There are a lot of projects going on top of Snap. Even there are some for programming microcontrollers there are two options. It's Snap for Arduino, which is Snap for coding microcontroller, specifically Arduino. So you can literally blink a LED or start a pump or a buffer or something else. Let me see.
Just interfacing the Arduino,
Yeah.
or is it really programming?
No, it's just interfacing. If you want to program the Arduino from the browser, you will need the other software, which is in following this approach, and it's called microbits. Micro.
Processing kind of. Do you know the software processing?
Yeah, it's quite similar to processing.
Similar approach, probably, right?
Yeah, you need to first flash the Arduino with a Firmata software, and then you can interface the different ports. Like you want to put in high the pin number 10, or put in low the pin number 8. Yeah.
But the nice thing about this approach is that you have, let's say, a firmware is Fermata, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You flash the Arduino once, and then you can do whatever you want if you are connected through the USB.
And that makes it easy when you want to use this in the lab, right? If you have school labs, for example, you want to measure the temperature or the pH or something else, you just connect the sensor to your microcontroller, which then reads the values through Firmata. And
That's
then
great.
you can interface this Firmata and communicate with Firmata through USB and Snap.
That's correct. Yeah.
So it's very easy then to create user interfaces or to create monitoring something.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah.
This microbit is also compatible with Arduino, not only this microbit.
This microbit is specifically for microbit, but there is another option. I cannot find it now, but I know it's developed by Bernard and Micro Word. Yeah. Microbit something.
Almost Spain.
Microblocks, sorry. Yeah, it's microblocks.
Almost Africa.
Microblocks, microblocks. Yeah, so this is your other option, microblocks, right? This will let you code other platform, not just Arduino, but also some other devices like microbits or something else. Yeah. So you can interface multiple devices. It's using a different approach because here you are actually programming the device, right? So you are generating a hex file that you can put into your microcontroller and program that directly. Yeah. Yep. So there is a lot of people in the community working with hardware, and there are even people like Bambi. For example, she's working in agile robotics, and it's doing a snap interface for controlling digits. Digits is this humanoid robot that you see here, but they are controlling the actual robot, which is close to 1.6 meter height or something.
Is the code like exported to like this particular format file? If you want to share it or something?
For micro blocks or for digits?
No, just like for Snap.
For a snap, yeah, you can export the entire project and share the project. But there are another cool thing that was released on the version 8 of Snap, and I will show you that because that's kind of crazy. So for example, I have this group of blocks, right? And I'm creating a tutorial, and I want to share with other people the way how you can produce the same result. So you can right click on this, and you can, because people tend to do a screenshot like this, right? But it will produce just a screenshot. If you use the Snap, you can right click and script pick, right? this will produce an image for you. This is my image. Do you see in the bottom? And now you can open this image, and it will show you the blocks that you need to reproduce this. But the student can take this image. Look at the crazy part here. So let me create a new one. And you can drag and drop the image on top of Snap, and you get your blocks in here. Right? No, actually, all the blocks are encoded into the metadata of the image. Yeah. Yeah.
And is there possibility, like if I make a block where I have coded something in some other language and I'm trying to like import it or
Yep. There are some tools for that. Yeah. So for example, let's go more advanced because we are getting close to the telodrome. I will show you the last advanced thing here in Snap, and it's basically that you can program very custom blocks by using JavaScript, for example. So for example, let's just create a new project, right? And I will give you a very specific example. So we have this drone here. It's called Parrot, and it's a Bluetooth-based drone. So if you want to control this, you need Bluetooth, right? But there is a Bluetooth API on the browser that you can interface Bluetooth device from your browser, right, without installing anything in your computer. That's part of the browser, some of them. So if there is not Bluetooth block here, you can literally code that in Snap, right? So you can look for, first of all, you need to enable the JavaScript extension, and this is important because the safety and security. By default, JavaScript extensions are disabled because people can share projects which contain JavaScript code into the project, and it can do crazy stuff. So you need to enable this, and then you will get access to a JavaScript function block, right? So you have JavaScript block here, and you can do something like, for example, a very simple example. Alert. Let's say, I don't know, hello from Snap. Execute this block, and as you can see, it's not doing anything because this is just the definition of the block. You need to run this block. For that, you need run, and you need to pass this in here. And now you are launching behavior from the browser inside Snap, right? So you see now I say hello from Snap. It's alert. You can even print to console, for example. This is the console, and you can say console log, I don't know, hi Snap. And now it's printing on the console. Right, so you have access to your browser directly on Snap. Yeah, so you can literally program JavaScript code here. Yeah, this is just if you want to make more advanced things. Yeah, so with that, we can start with the telodromes. So you can take one of them. We have few of them. We have 10 drums, so you can take one. Drum. But if you want to take it home, we can, I don't know, can we sell it?
Can you fly 3,000 kilometers? That's a question. Can you save me the ticket of the plane back to my country?
Probably. So they already contain a battery. If you want to try, have more. Guys. Probably is running some kind of Linux. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay. Nice. Yeah. And so now I will give you a bit of context how we end up here. Why Telo and why Snap? So we already know it's not just because it's extremely powerful, it lets you make a lot of stuff. If you start building your own block-based programming language just for the drone, yeah.
Have you ever heard about LabVIEW?
Yeah.
It's kind of similar, right?
Yeah, just the main problem is the licensing. Yeah.
LabVIEW is like older, right?
Yeah, it's quite old, yeah. But you can do also the same things, right? Yeah, very similar.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, pretty nice. So then, the advantage of using Telo with Snap is that we have all the Snap ecosystem that we can use it for interact with Telo drone. So to give you a bit more context, the way how this drone works, is that basically you have two modes. Where is my drone? One of them is called station mode, in which your drone, you will start a Wi-Fi network, and your computer need to connect to this Wi-Fi network so you get access to send commands to the drone, right? And the other option is called access point mode, in which you need to change the mode of your drone, so the drone will connect to your access point, and then you can connect from your computer to the access point, so you get access to the drone through the access point. This is very useful when you have multiple drones. So for example, all of them are connected to the same access point, and your computer, it can connect to here, and it have access to all the drones independently. Yeah. Because here, if you want to control multiple drones, you need to disable the Wi-Fi and connect the other drone to this other Wi-Fi. Today we are going to be doing in station mode. So we are going to connect our computers to the drone, and we can send commands. So, but to be able to do that inside Snap, there are some challenges. Because the Telo drone, it cannot communicate directly with Snap, just because some technical stuff, you cannot send commands directly from here to here or the other way around. So for that, we will need a kind of middleware software. This is the technical stuff, why it doesn't work. Yeah. So this is a very interesting example. These are protocols, just kind of way to communicate between devices, between networks. So, yeah. So you have TCP and you have UDP. Yeah. We cannot communicate Snap with the browser because this drone uses UDP. So the data which is coming from the drone is literally just throw it away. Yeah. Because you have independent networks per drone. Yeah. And then you have different IPs per drone if you are in access point mode. Yeah. So that's the technical part why we cannot control the drone directly from the browser, but we can go around that and we can build a small translator or interpreter, which is getting the commands from Snap and sending the commands to the drone, right? So this interpreter can speak native web browser technologies. It can be WebSocket or whatever. And here, you always speak in UDP to the drone, right? So you need this software in between to be able to translate from drone language into Snap ecosystem and the other way around. So we need to install this software. I will help you to do that. So the way how we are going to work today and the communication schema is like this. We start our drone. This drone will produce a Wi-Fi network. And we take our computer and we connect this Wi-Fi network. Open Snap and ready to rock. Right. This is the other approach in which you have AP, so you can connect multiple drones to the same access point, and then you can get access to all of them through this access point. So this is an example of what we are going to be doing today. So let's start flying, right? Yeah, for the software, you need to get Node.js. I will show you Node.js. If you are a Windows user or a Mac user, you just click on here and you will get an installer. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime, and this is the interpreter that we are going to be using to communicate. If you need computers, we already have computers set up if we want to try also. But you can also set up this in your own computer.
Shall we install the one on the left?
The LTS, yeah.
We need some help.
Yeah, I will help you. You can, okay. It's already installed, so don't worry for that. This computer is already set up. Yeah. No, because it will give you a very old version of Node. It will give you the version 6, and we are in 18. Yeah. Yeah. But if you are in Linux, this will give you a .deb file, DEB.
No, it's giving me a .xc.
So you need to uncompress this.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think it's available in like APT or.
It's available, but it will give you a very old version. That's the main problem. It will give you version 6, something like that. So if you already have Node.js, the next piece of software is the interpreter. And this is on GitHub. GitHub. Yeah, and it's called Telo JavaScript or Telo JS. And the URL, let me show you the URL more easily. And this is the URL, the piece of software that we need.
Didn't give me the .dev. It gave me structure. Binary? No, I think it's ready to run.
So if you have this computer from here, this is already set up in this computer, so don't worry. You got it? Yeah. So then you can, if you have Git and you know how to use Git, you can just clone. But if not, you can just code, right? And then go to download zip, right? This will give you a zip version of this content. And then you can unzip this and put it somewhere. I will put it in download, for example. So I have now Telo.js master here. If you are a developer and you want to contribute to this code, please do it. And everything is documented here if you want to add something. All right. This is, I will explain this quickly. Telo.js is a JavaScript library to program the Telo, but it has some very cool utilities that I use for interface snap with the drone, right? Just yesterday, I added the functionality for a CLI, so you can launch all the software from your terminal without going through a specific folder. You can launch the drone somewhere, from anywhere. So yeah, so if you already have this folder, which is Telo.js master, right? If you are a Windows user, you can CMD here, and it will open CMD in this specific folder. If you are a Mac user, you need to navigate to this specific location because I don't know shortcuts for Mac. So you need to find out where is the folder. A terminal, yeah. And the command to install the package is npm install -g dot. I will zoom in, and it's this here. And that's it.
npm is part of
It's a package manager for Node. Yeah.
Node, but if somebody just downloads it without installation, I think the path has to be set in it.
Yeah.
Or is
But
there
if
any-
no, if you are just getting Node, it's already set up for you. Yeah. It's part of Node.
you
Yeah.
have to run the setup in Node.
No.
But how does the system know where npm is?
Because when you install Node, it set up all the path for you.
You have to install it.
Yeah, but it's done when you install Node.
Yeah, but you downloaded Node without installation, so you just need the folder or something.
No, he needs Node to install the package. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Do you have Node? Okay, okay. Yeah, you need the installation of Node. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, you need to install that. Yeah. Do you get it? You need to provide sudo in the beginning. In your case, it's like this. Yeah. So if you are a Linux user or a Mac user, you need to provide sudo in the beginning. If you are a Windows user, you don't need sudo. Yep, that's it. Right? You can make sure that everything is already set up by typing this command, telo. Let me delete everything here. Telo dash capital V. Let me show you this. This will give you the version of the software. Right? We are in version 1.1. So if you get this output, it means you already have everything. So now we can start controlling the drone. Yeah. You will have a battery, probably. Where are my batteries? They are here. Yeah. So you can literally just take the battery. You will see you have some terminals. Just make sure the terminal is pointing downwards and plug it in. Yep.
I think I missed the steps.
Which one?
Step in which
Yeah. To install, since you are a Linux user, you need to type sudo npm install -g dot. Like this. So if you already have your drone with your battery, you can press the button on the side and you will see the LED in the front blinking. Right? In the beginning, it blinks with different colors. It means it's initializing the drone, and then it will start blinking on yellow. Yep, when it's blinking on yellow, it means it's waiting for connection. So now if we look into our Wi-Fi networks, you will see the Wi-Fi for your drone. So for example, I have the number 1, so I will see Telo Edu 01. Yep, that's mine. And the password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's it. Yeah.
Everyone has the
Yeah, they have a number on top. Number 5. So as you can see, now I'm connected to my drone here, connected until 9. Right? So now we can launch the software from the terminal and we can type Telo start. That's all what we need. So this will start the interpreter, which is translating from the drone code into a snap, but we can even send commands from here. If you want to control your drone from here, you can say take off from the command line. I can go up by 30 centimeters. I can flick backwards. I can flip forward. I can go up by 50 centimeters. Or I can land. So you can send commands directly from here, but we are not going to do that, right? This is just a functionality. If you are already connected, you should see the LED change to purple. Yep. It's initializing.
I did it too softly.
Yeah.
I was too gentle.
Yeah. So now, for snap, let's go to snap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. You probably already have Snap open. You don't need the internet. Otherwise, you need internet to get it. Yeah.
Like this? This lens? No, I mean the lens.
Yeah.
Which one is this? Which number?
Number 6. 6.
Yes.
Yeah. You got it? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, number 6.
Yeah.
And which command have to run from the
Telo star. Yeah. So I will show you. It's, let me kill this. Telo start like this. Yeah. So as you can see, now we can control the drone and we have all the software up and running in our computer. We just need the blocks. We are not part of Snap yet. That means our blocks are not in Snap, not yet. So we need to get the blocks from the internet. Probably you already have open this Telo.js. You can just replace the JS by Snap. Of course, you need internet for this, because I'm connected to the drone. I'll need the conference. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, and the URL is Snap. It's not Berkeley.
Should I run from command line or?
No, you need to look for Berkeley here.
There's so many different things.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. There. Yeah. So this will give you a repo which contains the blocks. Oops. Telo Snap. And this repo contains some basic blocks. In case that you are using the computer, there is from here in the lab, you already have these blocks on documents. So if you will see documents, you will see a folder which is called Telo Snap.
Shall we put this one also in download?
Yeah. So download zip, uncompress, and there you got it. You need to import these blocks in Snap. So if you already have the blocks, I will show you how to import this into Snap. Right? Try to uncompress the blocks. If you already have the blocks, you can File, Import, and select your blocks, Telo blocks, XML. Click. Right? I'll repeat. File, Import, look for the folder Telo Snap, and get the blocks. Blocks, open. Right? As you can see, it will create a category called Telo, and this category contains some basic blocks for controlling the drone. XML, yeah. Okay, so then we can start controlling the drone. Let's connect the Wi-Fi. Make sure that you are connected to the drone's Wi-Fi. I'm number 1, so I will connect number 1. Got it. So let me know if you are already here. Yep. It's working for you?
No, I'm missing this package.
Can you type npm I? But you are in download. Can you navigate to TeloJS back to TeloJS? Yeah, this location. Home, Carlos, download, TeloJS master. Yep.
What do you want me to do?
No, just to TeloJS master. CD to Telo master. Yeah. Just one back out of source. Yep. And npm I. Without the just that's it. It will install the package that you need. Done.
Well, package is looking for funding.
So then we are connected. We have our blocks. You got your blocks? Yeah. So then we can't, because technically we can have multiple drones from controlling from Snap, we need to create a variable to always refer to the same drone, right? So I can say make a variable and I will call it drone, right? Variable category, make a variable in this place, and I will call it drone.
What was the command to elevate it?
Takeoff.
Take off.
Yeah.
Can you call it drone 5? Or
Drone 5. It's up to you. Yeah.
so I write take off.
Telo star to start the software and take off. Yeah. You can flip space B to flip back, for example. Flip space B. Yeah. It flick backward. Yeah. Forward F. Yeah. So you will need some commands that you can see, and everything is documented on the GitHub repo. You can land, LAND, and you can hold it. Yep, you get it. So now we have the drone object. Okay, now we can create our drone variable, drone, set drone variable to this URL. Set, it's coming from variables because we want to set the drone variable to point to always the same drone, right? The URL, the connection, right? We want to get the same connection. And connect to, it's coming from the Telo blocks. Connect to, and this URL is always pointing to the control commands of the drone. right? Make sure you have your JavaScript extension enabled. Yep. If you already have that, you can click on the block, and this will create an object that you can refer later to send commands, right? Because you can have multiple drums, so you can have multiple objects, multiple variables, and you can send individual commands to multiple drums. Now we are just working with one. And if we want to send a command to this drum, we are always referring to drum. If your variable is called drum5, you need to say drum5. So for example, let's take off, but instead of using this block, let's send some commands. We have this option here, which is called send message to a specific connection without response. So we are not expecting to get that response. So we can say send command, and the command is take off, to take off, and to drum, right? So this specific connection. If I click here, it will take off if the drum is on. It's on, yes, and the software it's running. Let me run the software. Now the software is running, and connection take off, right? And I can send route commands from here. So for example, I can say up by 30 centimeters to drum, and it will move upwards. Or I can move more than 30, 50 for example, and it will do it. Or for example, I can flick backwards by doing flip B for backward. Flip B, and it will flip backwards. Flip space B. Let me zoom in a bit more. Yep. So after 10 seconds without receiving commands, your drone will land, right? Yeah.
I set the drone to localhost 2001.
Yep.
It does not respond.
Do you have the server running, the software running on the terminal?
I also managed to use takeoff and land without problem.
Yeah. Can you try to connect again? Just click on yeah, and then send the message. It's not taking off. Are you connected to the drone's Wi-Fi?
At a 14.
Yeah. Can you restart the terminal? Yeah, Control C to cancel, or Command C in your case. Or Option. Which one is the one to cancel? Command C, right?
Oh.
So like your terminal, it's kind of blocked. Yeah.
Inside this,
Yeah. Just close the terminal and open a new one. You can call the command from anywhere because it's in your operating system, so you can, yeah. Yep, so now try to send from snap.
Set first?
Yep, set first and try to take off. Are you sending takeoff? Yeah, to. That's weird, why your drone is not responding.
Is the connection okay? Can you see on the terminal?
Yeah, can you go to the terminal?
Drone 192.168.10.1.
Yeah, since everything seems to be correct. Actually, your control socket port, it's for some reason it's in your case it's a different one.
Okay,
It should be different. Yeah. And you need to restart the. Yeah. So can you take off your drone in this way? Can you try? Sorry? Probably.
So should I reset here?
Yeah.
Still no response.
Okay. Is your terminal running? Yeah. So just connect. JavaScript is not enabled. You need to JavaScript extensions set and for some reason. Let me see. Yeah, you are using a different port. Yeah, you can even send commands from here. Yep, perfect. Now, can you try to build this block? Send message takeoff to drone. Yep. Can you take off? Does it work for you? Okay, let me see. Just make sure the terminal is everything is okay. Yeah, you are connecting here. Your control socket is 3000.
Okay.
So, yeah. So let's just replace this by 3000. Let's click. Take off. Yep. So for example, now let's build a block to move upwards, to move up, right? So if you can follow me, we are make a block into Tello category, make a block. This block will be called up and a given distance. So we can say distance is our variable, right? This is just a command. So we don't need to report anything, so just keep it as command, down, right? So let's change distance as an input and type of number, right? And now it should look like this. You can just input name, or you can even select the number type. To get into this, you need to click and this arrow. To get here, yeah, make a block, and you can name it as you want, up, and the variable in this case is distance, and click OK. This will give you the block editor, right? And you already have this input, right? So we want to grab the message, right? And we want to send the command up by a given distance, right? So we need to send the command up and append the distance, right? We can do that with SNAT very easily if we use the operator which is called join. Into operators here, you scroll down and you will find join, right? And you can place this in here, and the first option is up because we want to go up, up, space, and in the other slot is the distance.
Antonio, which browser are you using?
You need to be using Chrome. Yeah. Yeah, the WebSocket are blocks in Safari by default. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Listen to the teacher.
Yeah. Distance, you can grab and drop here.
It is kind of tricky because it was failing for
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I have to restart.
Okay, can be. Yeah.
Wi-Fi. I have to restart the socket. I mean,
The,
the server
yeah.
here because the socket was already open.
Ah, okay.
I
Got
have
it.
to
Got it.
restart
Yeah,
the
you need to
whole
restart.
process.
Yeah.
It's kind of tricky.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
That's why I fall behind.
So if you already have this, as you can see, one part is missing, and it's the connection where we want to send this command. We want to send out by a given distance, and we need to provide here the drone, so we can create up distance, or we can even move up. I don't know, to drone, and actually we want 2. This is just text. You can click on the plus sign and you will get another input slot. And this is drone. And drone will be the object that you want to send the control command. So we grab drone and put it here. Doop. And there we are. Apply. And okay, just make sure that you have a space here. Up space, because this will append up space and the distance that you want to go up, right? Another option, if you don't like the space, you can use semicolon, right? Comma, dot comma, right? You can apply and okay.
How do you write the variable?
Yeah, I can show you. We have the block here. Right click, edit. Let me delete this and delete this other one. So you are something like this. Click on plus 2, just to get 2. It's a variable. I don't want a variable. I just want title text. And drone is an actual variable, input name, right? And there we got it. Just drag and drop. Take it from here and put it into slot, and that's it. Apply, okay. So now we can move up by a given distance to the drone object, right? So let's try it out. I'm now take off, and now I can move, I don't know, 30 centimeters to drone, and it's moving upwards. I can send this command again and keep moving upwards, right? If I want to land, I can just drone land. It works now. Yeah, first of all, you need to import your blocks. You need to, do you got the blocks for SnapTelo from this URL? Yeah. This will give you the blocks, and then you can import the blocks. Yeah, first go to this URL. It will give you this repo. Get the repo. You will have this teloblocks.xml. And in Snap, you can file, import, and import the teloblocks. Yep.
What's the command for keys?
A flip, space, and the direction. Back, B for back, F for forward, right, R for right, and L for left. Yeah. because it's not attached.
It was attached.
And your delay is just 5 seconds? Now I should do it. Yeah. Can you try? Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Actually, the script already finished, so your delay is too short, probably. Yeah.
Duplicate this out.
Yeah. So, as you can see, now you can send command to the drone, but there is something else, and this you can read the state of the drone. If you want to build more complex applications, you can know where the drone is, you can detect the path, or you can get the battery level, for example. So now, let's get some information about the drone state. So for that, we need to use the block called getState. In the Telo category, you will see the getState block. And getState will give you the current state of the drone. So for example, I want getState from drone. And as you can see, it's printing a lot of information, right? This info is the current state of the drone.
The first time you get just landing, and then you get the whole thing.
It's just giving you the buffer, the last one, the buffer. Yeah.
And then if you click it again,
It will give you the current, yeah.
so you basically have to click it twice.
Just the first line. Yeah.
The first time we only get the buffer.
Yeah.
So if you want the whole printout, you need to do it twice.
Yeah, just the first time. But you actually want to keep reading this value multiple times to get the last state of the drone. Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. Can you try to take off? Can you take off again? Click. First of all, connect. And then take off. Ah, you are not connected to the drone. Or? No, you are. Probably the battery is low. Yeah. So can you take off? Yep. It's connecting. Yeah. Otherwise, you can use the battery. You will need to shut it down, restart. So let's, for example, now let's get the battery level. As you can see, it's printing a lot of information which is coming from the drone. And from here we can get the battery. But this is just a single string which contains all the data. But Snap has some blocks that can parse this into a more useful variables. This is called inside operators. You will see the option split. So we want to split this get state, split get state by JSON, because JSON is the format which is used for return the state. Right, so we have split. What we want to split is the drone state, and the format is JSON. We can even split by letter, words, line, tabs, CSV. In this case, the format, as you can see, is JSON.
So your idea is to pick some of the information of this login tree.
Correct, correct. Exactly. So for example, if now I click here, I have a list of different parameters, and one of them is the battery. For example, is here, right? This is a table which contains other tables. So battery contains another table, and this table contains value and unit, right? So my battery is 43%. So I can get this value looking at the table. For example, is the index 16, right? So I can, using the variables, I can index item 16 of this list. From variables, item, and the one they are looking for is 16, right? And now, as you can see, it's giving me the battery. Right, so I'm reading this as a vector table. So I want the element 16, and it will give me the yeah.
Index of 16 in split get state from drawn by JSON.
Yeah.
And it returns 0.
So it means there is not state on your. Are you getting something from here, like this?
Yeah. I got the table,
Yeah.
like the list of tables. I got that when it had split get state from JSON. But when I put an index in, I cannot access 16.
Do you have 16 elements or more, or?
16 is battery. So.
Yeah. And then as you get, let me see, just to complete here, you should get the item number 2 of the battery. As you see, it's giving you this.
I get 0, just a 0, nothing else.
Let me move this a bit more. Sí. Sí, drone. Correcto. Set drone. Sí. Correcto. Sí, correcto.
No hay nada más que configurar.
No.
Pero acá.
Yo necesita cliquear este bloque y habilitar JavaScript. Eso es lo que está diciendo aquí. Aquí en las opciones, JavaScript Extensions, y ahora sí puedo ejecutar este objeto.
Ah, la extensión.
Sí.
Pequeño.
Sí. Esta parte de aquí es porque, voy a explicar esto de nuevo. Tenemos este comando getState que regresa toda la información del drone, pero la información está en texto plano. Entonces necesitamos cierto formato. Eso se puede hacer con split. Queremos hacer un split de esta información. Entonces ponemos el bloque encima, split el state by JSON. Y esto produce una tabla con toda la información. Land. Yeah, correct. Yeah, so you can read multiple parameters of the drone from state. Yeah. You have values and unit. So you can see we have, I don't know, the roll. Now it's 0 because it's standing on the floor, so there is no roll. But if it's pointing downwards, for example, let me take one. Just click on top. Yeah, this one. So now it's pointing downwards. Roll. And now you can see it's -5, more or less. But yeah, so then if you want to index this, you can just use item number to get specific values. Right, so for example now, the number 16 is the battery, number 2 is the table which contains the values and the unit, and then you can even filter by specific numbers.
How would you define a dictionary? Can you do a dictionary in
You can do a list with contain list if you want. Yeah, you can do that also. Yeah. 10 minutos y terminamos. Ok. Sí. Okay, so let me show you the last part. And as you can see, we have, let me get the microphone right. So you can see we can send commands. We can send commands. We can read state, but we have a camera. Right? So if you want to get the camera is streaming in a different port. So you need to define a camera connection. So let's create a variable, make a variable, and let's call it frame, for example. Now I have a variable called frame, and I will set the frame variable to, and here instead of 3001, 3000 is by default the camera. Just checking your software, probably it can be different, but for example, the video socket port in my case is 3000, right? So just click here, and that's it. So in Tello category, there is a block called get frame from, and the from is from frame, right? Which is the connection to the video stream. Yep, and nothing happened because it's just getting the frame, but nothing is processing on the frame. Let me see if my software is running.
If you put get frame inside a loop, and then it would be like a video.
Correct. Yeah. So let's connect. Let's get the frame. So for example, frame is just getting raw data. This is not ready for snap. So we need to put this into a costume, and for that we can use the search costume. The cool thing that we can say switch to costume, and the costume is the frame that we are getting, right? But let me see if my drone wants to give me the connection. I'm connected. Yeah. Frame. For some reason it doesn't want me to get me the frame. Why? New client connect to video socket, that's correct. Are you getting frames? Can you try yourself?
Which costume is it? Is it the costume of the station or the sprite?
The sprite.
But would you use this
To show the frame into the costumes. Yeah. So can you try this? Let me see. Nothing happened.
But it didn't mention that it's new client connected to
Yeah.
video sockets. It's not like nothing's connected.
Can be, I don't know, snap blocking the connection. It can be. Does it work for you? No? So I know more or less what's going on here. Probably something blocked by Snap. Let me start a local server and check that. Apparently the battery is kind of low. So it doesn't want to load this string for some reason. I need to check that. Yeah, but just to kind of finish, I will show you what else you can do. So for example, you have those paths, right, which contain numbers. So for example, this is number 3, this is number 7, this is number 4, 8, I don't know if this is 6 or 9, I believe 6. If you want, yeah. So actually the drone can detect these numbers and it will give you which one it is. This is coming everything into this state. So for example, let's just split this. I'm connected or not? So you can see we have this first element called path ID. And if you open this, by default is 1 because it's not recognizing -1 because it's not recognizing any path. So if you want to read the number 4, first of all, let's get this into a variable. We'll do it quite quickly. Make a variable, path, and I want to set this variable, but I need to index the path, which is element 1, element 2, and then item, where it is. Yep, so you can see it's printing the values, and I can set path to this. And I can keep it running forever. Boop, wrap it. Let's move it somewhere here. Yep, as you can see, the number changed to 4 because I'm holding the drone on top of the number 4. You see here, if I put it away, it will change to -1 because it's not reading 4 anymore. Yep. Yeah, just hold it. Yep. You will see now 1, change it to 1 in your case. So for example, are you running forever? Because you need to be running forever to get the latest. So for example, now I have number 6. Put it in the bottom and put the drone on top, and I'm getting 6. Yep. I can do the same with the battery and everything. So the logic here, let me move these things away. So we are doing a lot of indexing because we want to get the path, right?
So when you set path, that is part
of the split element. I want to get the first element. Let me show you. So we have split, produce this table, right?
You have to build a new variable called path.
Yeah, if you want to storage that, you can do it in path. Yeah. You can go to variables, create a new variable, and then you can assign whatever is in path ID into this variable, and it will show up.
Does that camera, like, does a camera need to be connected as well?
No, the camera is running in the background.
So
Yep.
even without that, it should work after that.
It's correct, yeah. So for example, I can try to flip if I see the number 4, for example. Let's try out that. Control command. if the variable path is equal to 4, I will send the command flip to drone. I want to flip forward, and I will just keep updating path somewhere else. So I have two routines. One of them is reading the path. So let me run it, and you will see. Now it's -1. So if I move my drone away, it will change a 4. It changed to 4, and I can run this in another loop, and when it detects number 4, it will flip, right? Let's see, because the battery is low, and when the battery is less than 20, it will not flip. So control forever, keep it running, and let's take off close to 4. Drone take off. See? Now I can see 4, but it's not flipping. We can change this into, for example, when path equal to 4, we can drone flip forward. Probably my battery is kind of low, and that's the reason because it doesn't let me flip. Yeah, let me send the command. Yep, the battery is low, so it cannot flip anymore. Let's land. Yeah, if your battery level is around 30 to 20, it will not flip anymore. Yeah, because it uses a lot of energy flipping. Yeah. I don't know exactly why it doesn't work.
The local host for the camera and the drone itself maybe are the same or maybe different?
In my case, they are 3,000, I believe. Let me just restart this. 3,000. Here. Yeah, to kind of finish and wrap up everything, I want just to show you a quick teaser of what's coming, right? Because as you can see, we have some terminal commands and everything. I'm also working in a GUI, and I will show you more or less the GUI, how it works. It's kind of like the terminal commands, but in a graphical user interface. The way how it works, it's, I have a terminal somewhere here. Yep, let me zoom in. I have something called Telo Connect, and it's a small GUI. Now it's just the core functionality, but it lets you connect the drone, set the IP address, and send commands. But you don't need to do all this from the terminal. So for example, I can just connect. If it let me connect this, let me kill this because my drone is off. I need another battery. Let me take it from here. Just the battery. So you can see the GUI doesn't look pretty, not yet, but it works. Yep. So there it is. Let me connect my drone. Here, I number 1. Done. And let me run this. Yep, that's the GUI. I'm getting all the information from the drone, the GUI. So here, I'm planning to even give you some hints how to set up the drone. So for example, plug the battery in, what it means the light bulb here. You can press connect and it will connect for you. You can send commands directly if you want to send commands like, I don't know, take off. It doesn't work now. Okay. But yeah, that's kind of the I disabled that yesterday. Okay, anyways. So that's what is coming. I'm kind of working on that. And yeah, so you can define more functionalities from here, and it will make it even more useful for children and schools. Yeah, that's it. Thanks. Yeah. I just want to say, if you want to contribute to the source code, you are more than open to do it, right? As you can see, we have like multiple components because all of them are working independently. So we have TeloSnap, is the collection of blocks. We have TeloJS, which is the main core software, which is the one that sends control commands and everything. It's this one. And TeloConnect, I believe it's not public yet. Connect? No, it's not public. But it will be soon, right? If you are a Python user, you can even use our Python API, which is more extensible. It gives you a lot of functions. You can see all of them are documented here. And the same with the JavaScript extension. The JavaScript is well documented here. You can go through the documentation. And if you want to see a list of commands, you can get it also from here. Sorry? The what? Yeah, the Python API is quite similar to the JavaScript one, but it gives you more flexibility for sending functions in terms of, for example, exactly. So there is a function which defines, no, just directly to the drone. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so everything is already documented here. This documentation is quite similar to the original one, but I extended a bit more because some of the parts are not quite clear here. And yeah. So if you want to go through, the list of commands are here.
And does the Python API work directly, or does it go through the WebSocket?
No, it works directly. Yeah. There is even a Telos simulation environment that I'm building, which is connected to the WebSocket, so you can see the drone moving in real time, but also in the virtual environment. Yeah. Where is Telosim? Absolutely. I have some notebooks in which you can see the virtual environment because I'm building a UI for this. But also you can send commands directly.
Oh, there's a camera.
Yeah. Let me relaunch this. Leave it. This is not running. I don't want Snap. A file found. Anyway. Let me see if I can launch the simulation. Yeah. So this is the simulation environment, also running in JavaScript, but this will let you, let me start this. This will let you later connect your real drone with the simulation drone, and you will see updating, and even you can, I'm planning to, that you can test your code in the simulation environment, and then you can see the actual drone moving later. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a 3D. Yep, so you can play with all of that. Yep. Yeah. But it's also under construction, so. Yeah, so thank you for being the beta tester of the software. And that's it. Yeah. Do I need to push changes?
And
No.
the simulation environment in JavaScript, is it also your?
Yeah, it's not completely my code. It was, now it's kind of mix. It's based on the drone course from TUM, the Technical University of Munich. They have a simulation environment for the R drone. And I took it, and now I'm changing that to make it work with Snap, but also integrating a WebSocket. So you can send commands to your simulation environment. And it doesn't matter which language are you using. Because, for example, with this simulation environment, I can show the simulation environment inside Jupyter notebooks, and you can program the drone using Python. So you can say take off, and you will see in your notebook the drone taking off. Yeah, that's the idea.
So you're embedding JavaScript code of the simulation environment, or
Jupyter Notebook by default is running in the browser. Yeah. So it's rendering everything in the dump, in the browser. And the simulation environment is also running on the browser, so you can embed the simulation into the Jupyter Notebook, right? And you can send commands from Python to the simulation environment. And you will see in the notebook everything changing. Yeah. So yeah, thanks.
are you publishing the slides somewhere? You could add them to the repository.
Here, actually, I'm building a kind of documentation site, and we can see all the software and slides, info.
Are you planning to go on the Ecological?
very fast. Like we're in the lab and the drone is here. And you can like have VR headset and you can see the live feed. That would be cool. But that maybe possible like say that you own drone. A good way to close out the presentation is really good. Tomorrow is the last day. See, you'll be here tomorrow. And this wires to the HTTPS and stuff like because next week Thursday, I have an exam. It's a very simple exam, but I just need like exam on Thursday and Wednesday.
So you think, you see, I would love to have this push button system. Automatically in the camera, where you know, where you pre-select maybe some objects which definitely fail, which create a lot of funny responses from the object detector or so, right? And then you don't even need the presentation anymore. You just start the thing, and then once you get it, then everything becomes clear. Will that happen? Okay, I get it. Okay, so that means you would put the web topic into the snap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
more-
simple
more-
things that you
yeah,
want
yeah.
and
But video is always
yeah.
frames and
Um,
everything is.
But to be honest, even for simple commands, you probably want to use WebRTC or something more fast because this drone let you control the drone by sending really, really short commands. And it's like you emulating a vehicle. And this gives you a lot of possibility to control the drone. So if you want to go forward, you can just move forward, or you can like move the virtual stick forward.
And then can it also like according to the stick 10 centimeter, 20 centimeter you can
Exactly. Right. So you can send multiple commands continuously.
looks like one straight channel,
Yeah.
not multiple requests.
Exactly. If you want, for example, to track a line or to track something, you will need to send this kind of legacy commands, and they need to be kind of sequentially. So recipe I can do it, but it will be kind of long and not that responsive. Kind of bad. So yeah, let's see.
Das sieht immer so schlimm aus. So ein Tablet, so ein großes.